La menace ennemie semble faible dans cette zone. Cible ennemie dans la zone. Du mouvement. Ultra 1, votre escouade s'éparpille. Restez groupés pour augmenter vos chances de survie. Du mouvement dans la zone. Il y a du mouvement.
Je me dirige par là. Je me dirige par là.
Je me dirige par là. Je me dirige par là.
T'en fais pas, tu vas t'en sortir.
Je tiendrai pas longtemps. D'opérateurs risque de révéler votre position. Vous essuyez les tirs.
Going for one. Ah! What? That's fucking sick. That's funny. You got room for one? Oh my god, this guy's glitching. Oh wow. Hey, you got room for one, my guy? Hello? Yo. We've got one fucking guy caution out already.
On transmet votre appel à l'aide.
What's the point playing that? You got room for one?
Alla efter båsen så liten. Det ger ditten hinder här till mål.
Hello, team coming in, team coming in. You got room for one?
Adriano.
Hello.
Adriano.
You got room for one?
What's up guys, can I join up? Hey, with skewer backpack. Yes, bazooka man, come on, join me up. Join me up. Yeah, bro.
Che aqui é onde? Não joga, patrão. Hayır, sniper mı yok mu? Oli jelesi ja. Hyvästä tuoli on sellaista. On muistetaan. Olla ei tule myös tänne. Haluaa. Se on saa Petron battleballu. What? Sniper swabbox. Sniper swabbox. No ja, se edustaa pulimöhtiä. Se on sunnikin ajuusun, jaamoja. Se edustaa sitä peliä.
Je te laisserai pas mourir.
Ollaan ammuisin, se näyttää tässä. Epä! Oh, naabu.
On demande un survol de reconnaissance.
Notre drone survole la zone.
Radar portatif déployé.
Bot mun kalalla ajattelee sen tuopsaja.
Ultra 1, un de vos
Otta
coéquipiers
usen.
à terre. Vous
Ja
essuyez les
tuotsen.
tirs.
Oot, toi tänne rodojalla. Se on sniperin pulimötskun täällä väl. Aval. No,
지금 가면 되겠죠.
Epa, se ne kurana. Pojat kulla huljudom, pojat kulla. Pojat kulla, vode malo većeno, vode nuo. Malo. Malo, patron to za futuotun. Patron bače ga, bo.
Un de vos est à terre. Vous
Antoine,
essuyez
là.
des tirs.
محاولة وانطلاقة لمصلحة أصحاب الدار. ملعوبة لا 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 يأتي أول الأهداف وبأقدام تريسولدي يسجل لأصحاب الدار ويبحث عن انتصار تاريخي سيبقى عالقا في أذهان من يتواجد في المدرج. هدف أول يأتي مبكرا جدا. وعلى برشلونة العمل الكبير من أجل العودة. العمل الكبير لا 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 يأتي العمل وعن طريق الكبير فيران توريس يعدل الأمور، يعيد البارسا إلى كفة الاتزان ويسجل هدف التعادل. وصلت في الجهات اليمنى كوندي داخل منطقة الجزاء، يلعب الكرة لكن أيضا تغطية ومحاولة وتسديد. هذا فيرمين هاتريك المباراة الماضية. البحث عن الكرات المرتدة، انطلاقة من فوربس من جديد البرتغالي يصل إلى منطقة الجزاء. هذا الغزال الأسمر ينطلق من دون أن يوقفه أحد، يواصل حضوره الكبير ويضرب دفاع برشلونة المتقدم ويسجل هذه الأهداف مرة أخرى. إلى كرة في الجهات اليمنى، لامين يلعبها إلى كوندي، تسديده. حلوة الكرة عن طريق كوندي. كرة بمحاولة أمامية الآن، فرصة للتعادل، لكن كرة فيران مرت بجوار القائم. محاولة لكلوب بروج، ملعوبة كرة خطيرة جدا والتصدي يأتي من تشيزني. بلدي يتقدم، يلعبها في الجهات اليسرى، ماركوس راشفورد داخل منطقة الجزاء، راشفورد يسدد، لا زالت مستمرة. كرة بتسديدة قوية جدا اصطدمت في العارضة. الله 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 الله، هو شيء من ذلك السحر الكبير يأتي الآن في أرضية ميدان بريدل. يسجل بارسا التعادل عن طريق لامين يامال، يأتي هدف التعديل وبأقدام لامين يامال يأتي هدف برشلونة الثاني في هذا اللقاء. كارلوس فوربس الله 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 الله. كلما عادوا عاد فوربس نجم الجولة الرابعة من منافسات الويفا تشاميونز ليج. هذا البطل، هذا النجم البرتغالي كارلوس فوربس كما قلت هو كابوس هذه الليلة. التركيز الآن على لامين يامال، عرضية دخل، الله 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 الله. التركيز على هذا الفتى يعيد برشلونة من جديد إلى منطقة الأمان بهدف التعادل. كرة اصطدمت في المدافع وذهبت إلى الشباك ليأتي هدف التعادل الآن. كرة عن طريق سايس لكن بأقدام لامين يامال. كرة عن طريق لامين يامال يتقدم، يدخل منطقة الجزاء، يتوغل، لا زالت مستمرة وقائمة، وكرة بعد ذلك فيها تصدي وإبعاد إلى خارج خارج أرضية الملعب. معها تنطلق صافرة حكم المباراة أنتوني تايلور لتعلن نهاية أحداث هذا اللقاء بتعادل إيجابي ب3 أهداف ل3 في مواجهة ربما كانت الأجمل على مستوى الجولة الرابعة. هدف ب3-3 يرتقي رصيد برشلونة إلى النقطة السابعة ورصيد فريق كلوب بروج إلى النقطة
Mon travail est simplifié grâce à ClickUp. Voici comment je gère toutes mes tâches. Je commence par lister tout ce que je dois accomplir. Ensuite,
والهدف الأول يضيع. فرصة كبيرة ضاعت على البلوز. أندريس سانتوس أمام المرمى في ال6 أمتار يضيع كرة التقدم. طارشة كرة البلوز حلت المساحة ممكن يحل على اليمين. كرة الهدف الأول ستيفاو 1-0 السلاساو مانواو. حلت المساحة ممكن يحل على اليمين. كرة الهدف الأول ستيفاو 1 نوفمبر. كوكوريا يخرجها من فرصة وكوكوريا يخرجها من كرش الحوت من قلب المرمى الماتادور كوكوريا. نعم هو بورغوس يحاول ان يعود بورغوس في الانتظار. يضغط فريق كرباخ فوق كرة خطيرة والتعادل ممكن الان التعادل. جول مش ممكن وجول جول 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 ديل كرباخ. التعادل من الأذربيجاني يعدل المباراة. كرة على القائم ارتباك في الدفاع فرحة كبيرة في المدرجات. أذربيجان تتعادل عن طريق كرباخ. أي مباراة هذا الفريق لا يستسلم. صعيبة المباراة على فريق تشيلسي. شوف الضغط افتكاك كرة لهاتو لمسة يد لمسة يد وضربة جزاء. مباراة صعيبة برشا لتشيلسي. لمسة يد ودهاتو. يانكوفيتش ما يغزرش في عينين الحارس يغزر للكرة يمشي يحط الثاني. صدق او لا تصدق مفاجأة كبرى في كرباخ هنا في الإقليم. فريق جدا تشيلسي 2 كرباخ. مباراة متميزة جدا. وهنا الثالث ديلاب الثالث. ديلاب يحط كرة انزو جول ويتصدى العملاق. يتصدى العملاق كوتشانسكي البولندي. حط الكرة عبد الله حاول يضرب الدفاع ويمر بسهولة والتسديدة وقريبة من كرباخ للثالث. محاولة خطيرة من اللاعب اكون سادي. انسو ستيفاو يحط كرة وضربة مرمى من السلساو. فرصة لستيفاو. ترجع الكرة جرناشو شوط بونانوتي يحطها قريبة جدا لهز الشباك. يا بونانوتي فرصة كبيرة للانتصار. ستيفاو خطيرة والكرة مش ممكن كرة المباراة مش ممكن. فرصة 3 نقاط. ترجع كرة طويلة اللي ضيع يقبل لا ما زالت. ستيفاو الثالثة حتى ويصد الحارس. يا ولا ماتش في دوري أبطال أوروبا من باكو. مسألة واحدة انتهى الوقت. يعطيهم آخر فرصة والحكم ينهي المباراة احتراما لأداء كرباخ وقوة كرباخ وروعة كرباخ وماتش كرباخ وشهرة الفريق الجديد. كرباخ. هنيئا لكم بهكذا روح، هنيئا لكم بهكذا مدرب، هنيئا لكم بهكذا فريق. انسو ماريسكا وخيبة أمل. كوربانوف في داخله، في قلبه، في روحه يعرف أنه يكتب التاريخ.
Appel à tous les traders. Vous voulez participer à la compétition pour gagner des milliers de dollars sans rien risquer? Participez aux compétitions XM en démo. Tradez avec du cash virtuel pour gagner de vrais prix cash retirables. Les compétitions XM en démo sont ouvertes à tous les traders. Que vous soyez un débutant et que vous ayez besoin d'idées pour trader, ou que vous ayez de l'expérience et que vous vouliez tester vos stratégies. Et ce qu'il y a de mieux, la participation est totalement gratuite. Participez aux compétitions XM en démo. Vous n'avez rien à perdre et des prix cash à gagner.
بيدرو بورو من مسافة بعيدة، تسديدة قوية لكنها اعتنت العارضة، مرت بسلام، عدت بأمان. هنا تشافي والتمرير، هنا الانطلاقة والمرور، هنا توتنهام والهدف الأول. الله، انطلق الصقر الويلزي، هرب من الجهة اليمنى، قدم سبيرز توتنهام في ظل الحديث عن الأمجاد. أعيدوا أمجاد سبيرز، أعيدوا أمجاد توتنهام. إن جماهيرهم يستحقون، إنهم يستحقون. أي تمريرة يا تشافي، ما أجمل التمريرة يا سيمونز، وما أروع الانطلاقة يا جونسون، وكأنه سهم قد انطلق من الجهة اليمنى في قوس توتنهام. الله الله الله، حرام عليك يا مواني، حرام عليك يا مواني، ضيعت أجمل هدف في هذه الجولة، ضيعت الهدف الأجمل، ماذا أهدرت؟ الله، نقلة مرة أخرى، شايفين توتنهام أيس. الله 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 الله، تفسد المتعة اليوم يا مواني. إلى الأمام. الله على كولومواني، الله على كولومواني، كولومواني الآن هذا موعده، قد حان موعده، تمريرة. الله، حان موعد سبيرز يا سادة، قد حان موعد توتنهام. فمتعوا أعينكم، فكحلوها وأمتعوها وأطربوا أنفسكم بأداء توتنهام، بأهداف توتنهام، بجمال السبيرز. الخطأ يتم العقاب سريعا يا كوتارسكي أمام كولومواني الذي يضغط، لم يسجل لكنه يصنع من فرنسي إلى فرنسي. مع برينان جونسون، اللقطة واضحة بهذا الشكل. حكم المباراة إيريك لامبريخت سيلغي البطاقة الصفراء، نعم، ويشهر البطاقة الحمراء. سوزوكي، نقلة إلى الأمام، برافو على بالينيا، من أجل هذه جارك. الله، فان ديفن فان ديفن فان ديفن فان ديفن فان ديفن راح، فان ديفن راح، سجلها يا فان ديفن، سجلها، سجلها يا فان ديفن، سجلها. أنت من تستحق أن تسجلها. إن أردته مدافعا فهو لها، إن أردته مهاجما فهو لها. فعلها فان ديفن بمشوار، بمجهود، بطريق طويل قد قطعه، وفي النهاية وجد هناك السعادة. عاشق توتنهام، إنها الطاحونة التي تعمل وتدور من أجل سبيرز. توتنهام اليوم يقدم مباراة خيالية جنونية. لا لا لا، الرابع قريب، الرابع قريب. هذا ريميرو المدافع الآخر، عرضية. الله، هذا توتنهام زمان، هذا توتنهام زمان، هذا ذكريات الجيل السابق، هذا ذكريات الجيل الذهبي، هذا أعاد بالذاكرة وأعادنا للأيام الخوالي، هذا أعادنا لأيام الألقاب والإنجازات والأرقام. هذا توتنهام يقدم كرة لا مثيل لها اليوم. يا للنقلات والانطلاقات. سكارلت، الله، لا زال الصغير يمتع، لا زال الصغير يمتع، لا زال الصغير يمتع. ركلة جزاء، لا صغير في توتنهام. طالما أنك ترتدي شعاره فأنت كبير. ركلة جزاء وهدف خامس. ضاعت يا ريتشارلسون. مشاهدينا الكرام، إنها واحدة من أجمل المباريات التي استمتعت بالتعليق عليها، وكنت محظوظا بمشاهدة هدفك يا فان دي فين وأنا واصف له. شكرا لمتابعتكم أيها الأحبة، وشكرا لفان دي فين على هذاك الهدف الخيال التاريخي الذي أصابني بالذهول والجنون.
The best way to navigate our resources is to create a free Moving to Canada account.
When you create your account, we'll ask you a couple of questions about who you are and what your goals are.
And then we will create a personalized dashboard addressing your needs.
We even have checklists that show you exactly what steps you need to take to immigrate and find success in Canada.
You can create your free account by clicking the button next to this video.
Look, you're in charge of your move, but we're still here to help.
الكرة تعود، تصل في هذا المكان، التسديدة الأولى الخطيرة من ماكاليستر. أول تهديد، أول تهديد. وصلت إلى فيرت، وصلت إلى فيرت، هذه خطيرة، هذه الله! حائط بلجيكا الكبير، حائط بروكسل العظيم في الكرة الماضية يقول لا لليفربول. والكرة ومرة أخرى حائط بروكسل يحضر بصورة كبيرة بالفعل. لا زال ليفربول عند الأفضلية، عند الكرة عن طريق الآن التسديد القوية. الله الله يا أخي، أنت عندك كورتوا في مواعيد الأبطال، في مواعيد الأبطال، في مواعيد الأبطال. الله، وكاد أن يصل في الكرات الماضية. هذا هذه كرة من ضربة ركنية تلعب عالية وخطيرة، فرصة، الله الله، لقد أتعبت من بعدك يا كورتوا. الآن الكرة من ضربة ركنية عالية خطيرة، الله 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 الله، كمان وكمان. تكون بالقدم اليسرى خلف الحائط وتكون لمحمد صلاح أم سوبوسلاي، لكنها تجد كورتوا. ولا زال العمل كبير وضربة حرة مباشرة في هذا المكان تلعب. الله، ليفربول يهز الشباك أولا ويتقدم بهدف راسي مذهل، هدف راسي مذهل. في الكرة الماضية الكل كان يتوقع فان دايك وكورته، لكن جاء ماكاليستر. كاريراس محاولة التقدم وصلت إلى فينيسيوس يأتي بكرة قوية، الله الله، هذه الأخطر يا ريال مدريد. محمد صلاح أمام 3 لاعبين من لاعبي ريال مدريد، يجد الحلول، المصري يجد الحلول، يأتي بكرة خطيرة وكورتوا مرة أخرى، والمدافع وكورتوا بعد ذلك. يا لها من فرصة كانت لليفربول لقتل المباراة. صلاح كان وراء العمل الكبير. انتهت الأمور، مبروك لليفربول وعشاقه. خسارة الأولى للفريق الملكي. ماكاليستر كان قد وقف وسجل هدفا بعد مباراة تاريخية لكورتوا طبعا في مباراة هذا المساء، لكن هذا الأرجنتيني القصير ارتقى وسجل. بينما أعتقد شوف سبحان الله ممكن تكون حالة نادرة أن يكون رجل المباراة هو حارس مرمى فريق خاسر. حديث صلاح يقول له أنت عملت فينا إيه وعملت فينا إيه يا كورتوا في مباراة اليوم. شكرا لكم أيها السيدات والسادة.
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. GoDaddy gives you the tools, the expert support, and the push to make it real. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
Wafa Salaf met à la disposition de ses clients un espace depuis lequel vous pouvez accéder aux différents services Wafa Salaf en toute autonomie et confidentialité. Avec notre plateforme, vous avez la possibilité d'accéder à des offres sur mesure et des simulations personnalisées. Consultez votre historique de crédit en cours de règlement ou échu. Suivre l'état d'avancement de votre demande de crédit en temps réel. Signer électroniquement vos contrats de crédit en toute sécurité et sans avoir à vous déplacer. Effectuez vos actes SAV et réglez vos impayés en ligne. La connexion à votre compte client est très simple et se fait en 2 étapes. Pour ce faire, il suffit de renseigner votre numéro de CIN et confirmer votre numéro de téléphone sur lequel vous recevrez un SMS avec un code à chiffres. Un code de vérification vous sera envoyé par SMS. Vérifiez que vous avez le bon numéro et pressez oui. Vous pouvez maintenant entrer le code de vérification qui vous a été envoyé. Si vous ne l'avez pas reçu, appuyez sur le texte « Renvoyez le code ». Validez pour continuer à la prochaine étape. Une fois la connexion au compte client réussie, vous accéderez automatiquement à la rubrique « Mon tableau de bord » où vous pouvez effectuer une simulation et effectuer une demande de crédit selon votre besoin et sans engagement. Vous trouverez toutes vos demandes de crédit personnelles initiées au niveau de nos agences ou notre site web au niveau de la rubrique « Mes demandes de crédit ». Vous pouvez suivre en temps réel leur statut et leur état
خطيرة للبافاري. باير والجول والحارس شوفاليه مست الكرة الثانية.
تتذكروا لعبة المونوبولي؟ اللعبة اللي كنا نلعبها واحنا صغار، حتى واحنا كبار بنلعبها، أنا لغاية الآن بلعبها. اللعبة اللي كنا نقعد ساعات نشتري شوارع وعقارات فيها، نفلس بعض ونقعد نضحك. نفس اللعبة بالضبط بالقرن الماضي اتحولت لأكبر عملية نصب واحتيال بأمريكا. لعبة بسيطة كانت مفتاح لسرقة ملايين الدولارات. قواعد وقوانين لعبة ممكن تخليك مليونير، لكن للأسف في مين شوهها وحولها من لعبة لوسيلة نصب واحتيال. سرقوا من خلالها ملايين الدولارات، والأغرب من هيك مين اللي عمل الجريمة؟ ما كانت عصابة دولية ولا كان هاكر عبقري، كان شخص واحد لكنه استغل منصبه، قدر انه يسرق الملايين ويصير عنده فلل وقصور وعقارات وسيارات. ومش بس هيك، دخل المافيا على الخط وخلى ال FBI يقلبوا الدنيا عشان يعرف مين هو. لكن المفاجأة الحقيقية مش هون، المفاجأة انه هذا البني آدم ضل 12 سنة يسرق، وكل مرة بطريقة وأسلوب جديد. ما حدا حس عليه ولا حدا عرفه، لأنه باختصار هو رجل أمن، وهو المسؤول المباشر عن ضبط عمليات التزوير. للي عم بيشوفوني لأول مرة، أنا أبو الصادق وبحكي عن كل شيء غريب وغامض على كوكب الأرض. وكالعادة قبل ما نبلش بدي منك ما تصدق كل شيء عم بيصير حواليك. الحرب ما خلصت، الحرب صار فيها هدنة، لكن حرب المقاطعة ما فيها هدنة. مشان هيك بعدنا مقاطعين ومكملين. ولا تخلي هذا الفيديو ينسيك إنه ما النصر إلا صبر ساعة. أما اليوم فرح نحكي عن قصة نصب، قوتها في بساطتها. رح نعرف كيف لعبة أطفال بسيطة قلبت أمريكا، كيف دخلت المافيا على الخط وحركت ال FBI. السؤال، كيف بني آدم واحد قدر يعمل كل هذا الحكي وما حدا يشوفه؟ ليش الكل صدق اللعبة لحد اللحظة الأخيرة؟ حتى لو كنت سامع بهاي القصة من قبل، بوعدك بهذا الفيديو رح تعرف تفاصيل لأول مرة بتسمعها، ورح تعرف حقائق تنصدم منها. مين كان ورا اللعبة، وليش ال FBI احتاجوا سنين ليكشفوا السر، والأهم كيف انت تتأكد انك ما تتعرض لعملية نصب زي هيك. قبل ما نبلش، للي طلع لهم هذا الفيديو بالصدفة وما كانوا يعرفونا، فاحنا عائلة مكونة من 5,300,000 بني آدم. بنحب نعرف كل التفاصيل عن مواضيع غريبة جدا ونتعلم منها. الكل يدعم الفيديو باللايك ويشترك بالقناة ويفعل جرس الإشعارات، لأنه زي ما بنقول دائما كل القصص وإن تشابهت، مش زي لما أحكي لك إياها أنا. خليني أحكي لك شوي عن لعبة المونوبولي، عشان بدي منك تعرف إنها مش مجرد لعبة عادية، هي رسالة وتعبير مجازي عن الرأسمالية في المجتمع الأمريكي. عارف إنه المصطلح غريب شوي، لكن كمل معي عشان تفهم الفكرة، أو أحكي لكم في حل أفضل. إيش رأيكم أعطيكم مثال يشرح كل إشي؟ لما بتكون بالمول أو بالمطار أو بأي مكان عام، بتشوف عمال النظافة لما بيمسحوا أو بيغسلوا الأرض، بتلاقيهم بيحطوا لافتة عليها رسمة شخص واقع على الأرض أو رح يوقع. أنت بمجرد ما تشوفها رح تفهم إنه لا تقرب من هذا المكان لأنه الأرض بتزحلق. هاي اللافتة مشهورة ومعروفة، لذلك فورا أنت بتوصلك الرسالة وبتنتبه. لكن تخيل معي إني أحط لك هاي اللافتة وأنت بدل ما تفهمها وتقرأها وتنتبه، تعتبرها لوحة فنية وتنشرها بكل مكان. لا ويا سيدي، المولات الثانية تصير تحطها على الأرض بالعمدن، وتتحول القصة من تنظيف لفعالية ومهرجان. الكل يشارك فيه والكل يوقع ويتكسر والكل مبسوط، والقصة تكبر وتتطور وتمشي بمسار ثاني. بدل ما الناس تنتبه وتاخذ حذرها، تصير تقرب عشان توقع وتتبهدل. شايف هذا المثال قديش واضح؟ باختصار هذا الاشي تماما اللي صار بلعبة المونوبولي. قصة هاي اللعبة بلشت ببدايات القرن العشرين، لما انصنعت أول نسخة منها. ما كان الهدف منها المتعة، كان الهدف منها رسالة اجتماعية قوية. المخترعة الأصلية اسمها إليزابيث ماجي، صممتها عام 1903، وكانت بالبداية تحت اسم لعبة المالك، عشان تفضح سلبيات الاحتكار والجشع الرأسمالي. يعني أنت بدك تفهم كيف الرأسماليين عم بيسرقوك، وكيف عم بيحطوك بالسجن، كيف عم بيسيطروا على كل العقارات بدولتك. العب هاي اللعبة مرة واحدة رح تفهم كل شيء ورح توصلك الرسالة. هي فعلا مش لعبة، هي مثال يساعدك تفهم اللعبة اللي عم تطبق عليك كل يوم. من المفترض الناس تجربها، تخاف منها وتنتبه، تلعب مرة واحدة، لأنه أساسا هاي اللعبة معقدة ومش سهلة. لكن اللي صار عكس هيك تماما. تخيل انه في البداية اقتصرت على عدد قليل من الاشخاص. يعني ماجي ما نشرت اللعبة لانها ما عرفت كيف تروجها. غلطها الاساسي انها ما قالت انها لعبة، هي قالت هذا مثال عشان تفهم الرأسمالية. يا جماعة هاي زي اللافت اللي بالمول، مش لعبة. هاي تحذير عشان ما تتأذى، هذا مكان راح تزحلق فيه. لكن الناس ما تقبلت هذا الكلام. يعني زي كأني باجي بقول لك اليوم تعال أنا وإنت نقعد بمكان ما في كمية أكسجين جيدة عشان أنا وياك نفهم تأثيرات قلة الأكسجين اللي بتصير على المناخ، وإنت ما تخاف من التجربة وتحبها أكثر وتقول لي فكك مني، أنا مبسوط ومكيف على المناخ بهذا الشكل. ومش بس هيك، بدي أأذي المناخ أكثر وأكثر. بتوقع الآن الصورة وصلت، وأكيد فهمت ليش ظهرت مونوبولي، لعبة تشرح فكرة الرأسمالية وكيف الإقطاعيين عم بنهبوا البلد وشكرا. الآن مع مرور الوقت هاي اللعبة انسرقت فكرتها من شركات النشر وتحولت لمنتج تجاري من اسم لعبة المالك لمونوبولي. صارت رمز للرأسمالية نفسها بدل ما تكون ضدها. الناس عشقت الرأسمالية، الكل صار بده يجرب من مبدأ أنا عارف إنه بالواقع وبالحياة العملية الرأسمالية عم تطحن عظامي، لكن عادي أنا بدي أجربها باللعبة وأنبسط. والنتيجة لعبة بسيطة من ورق وكروت صارت جزء من ثقافة كل بيت أمريكي تقريبا. المشكلة إنه القصة بطلت مجرد كروت وزهر، اللعبة انشهرت لدرجة إنه صار في نسخ خاصة لكل مدينة وكل دولة. صار في مونوبولي لمدينة نيويورك ونسخة لباريس، حتى الدول الصغيرة كان في إلها نسخ خاصة. صار في مسابقات عالمية وناس يتعاملوا مع اللعبة كأنها بطولة دولية. اللعبة دخلت بالثقافة الشعبية وانعرضت بالأفلام وبالكرتون وحتى ببرامج سياسية كرمز للطمع والجشع. في جامعات ومدارس صاروا يستخدموها كمثال عشان الطالب يفهم شو يعني رأسمالية. الأساتذة بجبروا طلابهم يلعبوا اللعبة لعدد كبير من المرات. ليش؟ عشان يفصلوا بين مشاعرهم والواقع ويفهموا كيف بيصير التملك والاحتلال. اللعبة كانت وسيلة عشان تدربك على الجشع وتعزل مشاعرك عن الواقع. لذلك باللعبة لما بتسجن الشخص أو بتاخد عقاره أو بتسيطر على أملاكه أنت بتفرح. ليش؟ لأنك مفصول عن الواقع. أنت صح خربت بيته وسجنته، لكن بالآخر هاي لعبة، يعني عادي بننبسط لنا شوي. لكن شوي شوي الشخص بيطلع من جو الكروت والنرد وبيروح للحياة العملية. هناك بتحول لإقطاعي بدون مشاعر. يعني من الآخر اللعبة هاي اتحولت لثقافة مجتمع موجودة بكل بيت. طيب بس قلنا إيش انتشر ومعروف وموجود بكل بيت أمريكي، شو معنى هذا الكلام؟ معناه إنه هاي حيلة وفرصة تسويقية لتبيع منتجاتك، وبالضبط هذا اللي عمله ماكدونالدز بالثمانينات.
Imagine conducting every part of your research only on one platform. Meet Boreum, your AI-powered research companion. With 170 million papers, 140,000 journals, and millions of patents, Boreum gives you instant summaries, deep insights, and traceable references. From literature discovery to knowledge management, from exploring Scholar Galaxy to tracing their academic tree. Everything you need for research is in Boreum and ready to use. It's a new
ماكدونالدز شاف إنه هاي اللعبة فرصة تسويقية رهيبة، فدخلت المونوبولي على مطاعمها وخلتها جزء من حملاتها الإعلانية. يعني بتفوت على المطعم بتلاقي اللعبة مرسومة على الطاولة، انت بتفوت لتاكل وبهذا الوقت تلعب. إذا طولت اللعبة راح تطلب مرة ثانية. في حال كان بدك أكل تيك أواي فكانوا هم يبعتوا لك اللعبة على البيت مشان تكون عم تاكل الوجبة ومبسوط باللعبة. وقالوا راح نضيف على هذا الاشي يا نصيب صغير، يعني داخل الوجبة ممكن يطلع لك قطعة صغيرة. في حال شفتها فانت من المحظوظين. هاي القطعة انت وحظك. معك تربح من $10 لمليون دولار. تخيل انه ممكن تربح $1,000,000 فقط لانك اشتريت وجبة. بالنتيجة شو اللي صار؟ ببساطة كل زبون صار يشتري وجبات أكثر مشان يجمع قطع أكثر. يعني بدل ما يشتري وجبة صار يشتري 3 و4 و5 فقط لحتى يلاقي القطعة النادرة. المبيعات ارتفعت بشكل جنوني. الناس كانت تصف بالطوابير فقط مشان يلعبوا. مش بس هيك، اللعبة صارت مادة إعلامية. التلفزيون وكل الصحف صاروا يحكوا عنها. الإعلانات تلعب على فكرة إنك ممكن تربح $1,000,000 من وجبة همبرجر. وقتها الناس صاروا يخترعوا استراتيجيات معقدة لجمع القطاع، مستعدين يعملوا أي إشي بس بدهم يربحوا. ما اكتفوا الزبائن بشراء وجبات زيادة، لا، في عائلات كاملة كانت تعمل خطة توزيع. يعني بدل ما نشتري كلنا بوكس واحد، كل واحد فينا بيشتري وجبة من فرع مختلف، بعدين يجتمعوا بالبيت ليجمعوا القطع. في ناس كانت تدخل يا نصيب عشان تربح أي مبلغ، وبالمبلغ اللي يربحوه يشتروا وجبات وما ياكلوها أبدا، يرموا الأكل بالزبالة أجلكم الله، كل همهم يحتفظوا بالكروت. في طلاب مدارس كانوا يجمعوا مصروفهم اليومي ويشتروا وجبات رخيصة فقط عشان يحصلوا على أكبر عدد ممكن من القطع، لعل وعسى تطلع واحدة منهم ربحانة. في موظفين كانوا يعملوا اتفاقيات داخل المكاتب، كل واحد بيشتري وجبة مع نسخة كروت مونوبولي وبنجمعها كلنا بمكان واحد، وأي جائزة بتطلع تتوزع على القسم بالكامل. يعني المونوبولي حولت الأكل لتحدي، صارت اللعبة داخل المطعم وخارجه، الكل صار يتعامل معها كأنها سباق قومي، والكل لازم يبتكر طرق وحيل عشان يربح. لعبة صغيرة صارت من أنجح الحملات التسويقية بتاريخ ماكدونالدز. قاطعين طبعا ها؟ طيب، بما انه لعبة رابحة والجوائز ممكن توصل $1,000,000، معناها بدنا حدا يحمي اللعبة والجوائز. مين هذا الواحد؟ بعد شوي رح نتعرف عليه. الآن تعال أحكي لك عن الشرطي جيروم جيكوبسون. جيروم هو شرطي سابق، حلم الطفولة عنده كان انه يصير شرطي. انولد بمنتصف الأربعينيات بأمريكا، كبر على فكرة انه رح يصير رجل قانون، حاول يفوت على سلك عسكري قبل الشرطة لكن ما كمل هناك لأسباب صحية. بعام 76 لبس زي الشرطة رسميا، صار شرطي بهوليوود التابعة لولاية فلوريدا. لكن جيروم ما توقع انه يضل هناك فترة قصيرة. بمرة من المرات راح ليفض مشاجرة بين مجموعة شباب، واحد منهم ضربه بالسكين على معصمه. من بعدها ظهرت عنده مشكلة عصبية، تم فصله تعسفيا بطلب من الأطباء المشرفين عليه، لأنه الخدمة بسلك القانون بطلت مناسبة له، لذلك اتسرح وقعد بالبيت. الخلاصة تقدر تقول إنه كان شخص طريقه واضح وبده يشتغل بالقانون، لكن فجأة الطريق انسد قدامه، الإصابة أنهت المسار من أوله. فشو عمل بعدها؟ قال لك مش راح أبعد عن الأمن كثير، لكن راح أشتغل بشركة خاصة. نقل حاله لولاية جورجيا، ومع زوجته هناك بلشوا صفحة جديدة بمجال أمن الشركات. أول شيء اشتغل ضمن أعمال تدقيق وحماية داخلية، بعدين انتقل لقطاع الطباعة والتسويق، واشتغل بالتحديد بالقطاع اللي بيتعامل مع حملات الجوائز والكوبونات. بالنهاية استقر بمنصب حساس ضمن شركة تسويق كبيرة. هاي الشركة كانت ماسكة حملات لماركات عالمية، ومن ضمنها شغل بتعلق بألعاب الجوائز. صح، جيروم كان يشتغل بعدة مهام ومراحل حساسة، وإذا عرفت لوين وصلنا فاكتب لي بالتعليقات لأنه تحليلك صح. جيروم كان يشتغل بعدة مهام ومراحل حساسة. انت عندك سحب أو جائزة بدك توزعها. جيروم شغلته يشرف على المراحل التالية. أول شيء يشرف على إجراءات أمان الأختام، يضمن إنه ما حدا لمسها أو قرب منها، يتأكد إنه ما حدا غيرها أو علمها. من بعدها يشرف على عملية شحن الأختام ضمن الطرود الحساسة. الشحن يكون بجداول سفر سرية. من بعدها بيوثق وصول الأختام بسلام. كل هاي المراحل الهدف منها يضمن عدم التلاعب والاحتيال بنتائج المسابقة. لحد هون ما في إشي غريب. شرطي سابق اعتزل بوظيفة أمن الشركات، لكن قيمة المنصب الجديد ما كانت عادية. فعليا هو ماسك القفل والمفتاح لحملات فيها جوائز بملايين الدولارات. بعد شوي راح تشوف ليش عم بذكر لك هاي التفاصيل، لأنها جدا مهمة. راح تكتشف إنه التفاصيل الصغيرة بصناعة الأمان في حال انكسرت خطوة واحدة تقلب الدنيا. المهم زي ما انت توقعت، جيروم هو بطل القصة، وتعال احكي لك كيف وصلوا لبعض هو وماكدونالدز. جيروم طول فترة عمله بهذا المجال الجوائز اللي هو كان يضمن وصولها كانت بسيطة وعادية، يعني قسائم بتربح فيها بسكليت، لعبة على شكل سيارة، رحلة سياحية، $100، أشياء بسيطة. لكن بمرة من المرات خبروا مديره إنه راح يكون مسؤول عن مهمة جدا سرية، واللي هي إدارة حملة المونوبولي لصالح ماكدونالدز. طبعا دوره كمسؤول أمان صار يشمل حماية القطع الرابحة، وهاي القطع قيمتها ملايين الدولارات. يعني هو كان راح يستلم مغلفات الجوائز من المطبعة، يسافر فيها بطائرة خاصة أو مع حراسة، يتأكد إنها توصل مغلفة ومختومة. طبعا جيروم بالبداية ما كان يعرف إنه عم بنقل ملايين، كان مفكر الجوائز قيمتها كم ألف فقط، لكن لا، الموضوع طلع أكبر. مع الوقت اكتشف إنه ماسك بإيده مفتاح الكنز، بالذات إنه هو الوحيد المسؤول وما في أي حدا يراجع وراه أي خطوة. ما في ولا حدا بيقدر يعرف إذا فتح ظرف أو بدل كرت. قال لك خلينا نجرب تجربة بسيطة ونشوف إذا حدا راح يحس علي. أول تجربة صغيرة كانت كرت بسيط سربه لشخص بيعرفه. عشان تفهم الفكرة، هو فتح علبة بطاقات، العلبة فيها قطعة صغيرة رابحة. هو أخذ هاي القطعة ورجع سكر علبة الكروت. فأنت بتطلب الوجبة معاها علبة كروت، لما بتفتحها بتكتشف إنها فاضية. ليش؟ لأنه صاحبنا فتحها وسرق منها القطعة الرابحة. جيروم نام على الموضوع مدة 15 يوم عشان يشوف إذا في أي حدا راح يحس عليه. من بعدها بعت قريبه اللي سرب له البطاقة لعند ماكدونالدز، قال له أنا طلعت لي بطاقة رابحة وبدي الجائزة. وبالفعل الجماعة فرحوا فيه، أعطوه المكافأة واللي كانت $100. لما نجحت القصة قال لك بس هذا اللي كنت بستناه، وهاي هي فرصة العمر. من بعدها بلشت السلسلة. بعد ما شاف إنه العملية سهلة ما عليها تدقيق، الموضوع توسع. بدل ما يفتح علبة واحدة صار يفتح كل العلب. جيروم صار يعمل حركة جدا ذكية، كان يقدم طلب لمديره إنه راح يروح ياخذ العلب على الساعة 1 الظهر. جيروم كان يطلع من مكتبه على الساعة 11 صباحا، يعني قبل بساعتين من الموعد المحدد. كان يروح على الشركة المسؤولة عن تجميع وطباعة العلب، كان يكون معه أوراق وبيانات، كان يقول لهم إنه لازم يعمل فحص وتحري عن كل قطعة عشان يتأكد إنه كل شيء سليم. كان يدخل على المستودع لوحده، يفتح العلب واحدة واحدة. طبعا هو ما يفتح كل شيء، لكن يفتح أكبر عدد ممكن بحيث يقدر يجمع أكبر قدر من الجوائز. طيب بس هيك؟ لا، كان يطلع على بيته أو على الفندق اللي هو فيه، يحط القطع الرابحة عنده، من بعدها يرجع عشان ينقل علب البطاقات. طيب أخذ القطع الرابحة، شو بيعمل بعدها؟ كان يروح لعند معارفه وأصدقائه ويعمل معهم اتفاق. على قد ما كان ذكي وفاهم وعارف القانون كثير صح، كان يوقع العقد مع الشريك تبعه عند محامي، وكان يحط شرط أساسي: حفظ السرية. في حال تم تسريب الموضوع يغرم الشخص ب10 أضعاف المبلغ اللي راح يسرقه. يعني أنا وإنت راح نربح $1000، لكن في حال حكيت أو ضميرك تحرك، بيني وبينك عقد إنك تدفع لي 10,000، عادي بنحبس، لكن في بيني وبينك عقد انت موقع عليه، بلزمك تدفع لي 10 أضعاف الجائزة اللي رح تطلع. طبعا المحامي بأمريكا أول ما تدفع له فلوس اقتل قدامه قتيل ما بيحكي حرف، وبما انه انا ملزم بمبلغ 10 أضعاف اللي بدي اربحه فمستحيل احكي حرف. الدنيا مشيت على هذا الاساس، كل رحلة كان يطلعها يسرق اقل اشي 10 قطع رابحة، صار يوزع القطع الكبيرة على معارفه واقارب معارفه. انت صديقي بالمرة الجاي بعطي لابن خالتك بيكون ساكن بغير ولاية وهو اللي بربح. يعني من منصبه الامني انفتح له باب سرقة مقنعة. الجوائز تمشي رسميا كل شيء تمام وكانت توصل للرابحين، لكن الرابحين هدول هو اللي مختارهم وموقعهم على عقود. طبعا الآن ممكن يخطر في بالك سؤال جدا منطقي، أنا وإنت كبني آدمين عاديين كيف بنضمن إنه أي حملة جوائز أو لعبة تسويقية مش عملية نصب كبيرة؟ شو بضمن لي إنهم يربحوا حدا أو إنهم راح يربحوا حدا عشوائي مش ابن عمه لصاحب الشركة؟ الجواب بسيط، الشركات الكبيرة عادة بتجيب طرف ثالث مستقل يراقب عملية التوزيع والسحب، شركة محاسبة، مكتب قانوني، أو شركة مختصة بإدارة اليانصيب وألعاب الحظ. بيكون في مدقق خارجي بيشرف على الطرود من لحظة طباعتهم لحد ما تتسلم. كمان بكثير دول في قوانين بتفرض على الشركات الإعلان عن موعد السحب، وإنه السحب يصير علناً أو بمكان عام أو بث مباشر. أسماء الفائزين تظهر قدام الكل. بعد هيك الشركة بتنشر قوائم علنية فيها أسماء الفائزين وأسماء اللي أداروا اللعبة واللي أشرفوا عليها واللي وزعوا الجوائز كمان، يعني كله بالعلن. لكن رغم كل هاي الضمانات، إذا البني آدم المسؤول عن الأمان هو اللي كان الحرامي، كل هاي المنظومة بتنهار. وهذا بالضبط اللي صار بقصة جيروم جاكوبسون، لأنه هو آخر بني آدم ممكن تشك فيه. للأسف عشان السرية تم توظيفه هو لحاله وطلع هو الحرامي، وأنا وإنت صرنا نعرف تاريخه وإنه هو دارس قانون، ما هو كان رجل قانون، فهو عارف كيف يدير اللعبة. عشان هيك ما حدا حس عليه. تخيلوا على مدار 12 سنة 12 واحد ربحوا $1,000,000، 8 منهم كانوا من طرفه. ال8 هدول كل واحد فيهم كان بولاية، يعني مستحيل انك تشك بإشي. اولا لانه الفائز ما طلع من الفراغ وبيكون شخص قابل للظهور العلني، بيقدر يستلم الجائزة ويحكي قصة وهمية كلها كذب. عادي أنا بكون صاحب ابن خالته لجيروم، بس أربح بطلع على الهوا وبحكي كيف اشتريت وجبة وطلعت لي الجائزة بالصدفة. جيروم كان يختار الأشخاص بعناية، مثلا كان يختار أصحاب جيرانه، ناس متورطة بعالم الجريمة. بعدين رح تعرف ليش كان يختار هذا الصنف من البشر. إذا عرفت ليش اكتب لي بالتعليقات، لأنه بالفعل خطة جدا عبقرية. وطبعا البني آدم اللي من طرف جيروم اللي كان يروح يقول لهم أنا ربحت، جيروم كان يقعد معه وكان يدربه ويحكي له شو يحكي بالضبط، يحكي كيف اشترى الوجبة وكيف ربح وكيف أجا عشان يستلم الجائزة. ولما يروح ليستلم الجائزة كان يخليه يطلع على التلفزيون ويحكي قصته، اشتريت وجبة وتفاجأت. الموضوع لازم يكون بسيط زي كأنه ولد صغير عم بيحكي انه لقى كنز. طبعا هو كان يعطي الفائز 20% من الجائزة وكان يخفي المبلغ عن طريق شبكة تحويل مالي. طبعا احيانا جيروم كان يضطر يوزع 50-50، بالذات لما كان يتعامل مع حدا مجرم، لانه الفائز لما يكون راضي ويسكت ما بيعمل مشاكل. واكيد انت بتعرف اذا كان شريكك مجرم ما بفرق عنده ينسجن شو بيقدر يعمل. فمشان هيك هذا ما حدا بزعله لو رحت معاه 50-50، عشان ما حدا يشك فيه. كل شيء كان يعمله بحسابات وهمية وحوالات نقدية. من بعدها كان يشغل كل إشي بمشاريع استثمارية صغيرة كانت تدار عبر وسطاء. النتيجة ثروة اتجمعت على مدار 12 سنة. لكن هون كان في عنا مشكلة صغيرة. من الشخصيات اللي اعتمد عليهم جيروم كانوا ستات بيوت وربات منازل. الشركة كانت تعمل معاهم مقابلات كل فترة وفترة، يعني ست بيت ربحت $1,000,000. القصة هاي جدا جدا مهمة، لازم تنتشر بكل مكان. يعني كانوا يستخدموا هدول الستات بعد ما يربحوا كمان تسويقيا. أنا وإنت لما نشوف ست بيت ربحت $1,000,000 أكيد راح نروح نجرب ونشتري وجبة، علا وعسى نربح. فمشان هيك ستات البيوت اللي ربحوا $1,000,000 كانوا كل فترة وفترة يروحوا يعملوا معهم مقابلات. هدول الأشخاص كان جيروم يسكنهم بقصر إله هو شاريه، كان يعطيهم مبلغ مثلا 200,000 كنسبة ربح عشان يحافظوا على صورة الثراء والأمور كانت تكون ماشي بشكل طبيعي. ليش جيروم كان يتعامل مع العصابات وأصحاب السوابق؟ لأنه هذا البني آدم ما بيقدر يحكي أبدا. في حال حكى وانكشفت القصة هذا البني آدم ملفه مليان، رح تنفتح عليه أبواب كثير. لذلك هاي الفئة كان يعتمد عليها، وهي أكثر فئة بالكون بتحافظ على السرية وبتكره الظهور. بيطلعوا فيديو واحد وبتنتهي الليلة. مش من مصلحتهم إنهم يضلهم يظهروا. هون بنوصل لأهم سؤالين بالقصة. قديش سرق؟ يا سيدي سرق 25 مليون دولار عن طريق تزوير 50 فائز. طيب كيف انكشف؟ الجواب: الزلمة ما انكشف أبدا. القصة كملت لسنين طويلة بنفس الطريقة. الفائزين الوهميين عم يطلعوا واحد ورا الثاني. الإعلام مبسوط، عم بنشر صورهم وقصصهم. ما حدا كان يشك باللي عم بيصير. بعد ما خلصت القصة بكم سنة، وبالتحديد عام 2000، صحفي ذكي باسم وهمي بعت طلب للمحققين الفيدراليين. سألهم ببساطة: ليش كل الفائزين الكبار من ولايات محددة؟ ليش في تشابه غريب بعلاقاتهم؟ السؤال الأهم: يا ترى مين هو العم جيري اللي زور 50 رابح؟ الرسالة ما كانت طويلة، لكنها الشرارة الأولى اللي خلت ال FBI يوقفوا ويسألوا حالهم: معقول اللعبة ما كانت نزيهة زي ما كنا مفكرين؟ ومن هون بلش التحقيق بالقضية. محققين ال FBI ما اكتفوا بمذكرة أو اتصال هاتفي واحد، بلشوا يراقبوا كل فائز يطلع بالعلن. فتحوا ملفاتهم وشافوا عناوينهم وحساباتهم البنكية، حتى طريقة عيشهم. لقوا رابط واضح بينهم. كثير من الفائزين الكبار ساكنين بنفس المناطق أو إلهم أقارب ومعارف مشتركين. وهون بلشت تتشكل الخيوط. عملوا شبكة علاقات على الورق زي اللي بتشوفها بالأفلام والمسلسلات البوليسية. كل فائز وين ساكن ومع مين مرتبط. بلشوا يلاحظوا إنه الدائرة كلها بترجع لبني آدم واحد. تخيل شبكة وبالنص في بني آدم واحد. مين هذا البني آدم؟ مسؤول الأمن بالشركة الإعلانية. طيب كيف بدهم يتأكدوا؟ زرعوا مخبرين، سجلوا مكالمات هاتفية، اتنكروا كأصدقاء جدد للفائزين. كل هذا فقط عشان يكشفوا الحقيقة. خطوة بخطوة الصورة وضحت والشبكة اتعرت والكل انعرف. ال FBI ما استعجلوا، فقط خلوا المراقبة تستمر شهور لحتى يجمعوا كل الأدلة. وبالنهاية وبالتحديد بصيف عام 2001 نفذوا حملة اعتقالات واسعة. تخيل أكثر من 50 بني آدم تم توقيفهم بنفس اليوم، كلهم تقريبا من فائزين وهميين لوسطاء وحتى بعض رجال الأعمال. جيروم بنفسه انمسك بطريقة هادية، لأنه ما بصير تنتشر الفضيحة عشان ما تتدمر الشركة. لما قبضوا على جيروم كانوا مراقبين تحركاته قبل. لما صار الوقت مناسب كبسوا عليه. التحقيقات أثبتت أنه سرب الجوائز من عام 1989 لحد عام 2001، يعني 12 سنة كاملة وهو يسرق وما حدا انتبه له. بالمحكمة التهم كانت واضحة: مؤامرة واحتيال مع الأدلة. لذلك ما قدر ينكر واعترف، لكن اعتمد على محامي شاطر عشان يخفف الحكم. بالنهاية القاضي حكم عليه ب37 شهر سجن وغرامات مالية كبيرة. وكثير من الفائزين الوهميين انحكموا كمان، بعضهم بالسجن وبعضهم بغرامات. فجأة وقدام كل الكوكب القصص اللي كانت قصص نجاح بالتلفزيون صارت فجأة فضائح على الصفحات الأولى بالجرايد. القضية قلبت أمريكا وكانت أكبر ضربة لسمعة ماكدونالدز لحد الضربة الأخيرة اللي أكلوها قبل سنتين بحرب المقاطعة. لكن ماكدونالدز مش طلاب صف أول، فريقها خبراء وعارفين كيف يغيروا اتجاه الترند. قالوا لك حتى المحتلين إحنا بنحتويهم وفينا نضمن بيئة آمنة للكل. صاروا يعملوا إعلانات ودعايات لواحد شرير عم ياكل من وجبتهم. بعد ما خلصت المحاكمة الإعلام ضل يلاحق القضية لسنين طويلة. ماكدونالدز مبسوطة ومكيفة. العالم كلها عم تحكي بقصتي، خاصة بعد ما صار في عنهم مسلسل وثائقي ضخم بعنوان ماكميليون. في مصادر بتقول انه جيروم رجع لشغله بنفس الوظيفة ونفس المكان. الزلمة صار خبير وقادر يكشف اي عملية احتيال. حتى الفلوس اللي سرقها ما رجع منها ولا سنت، لانه ما كان في اي ورقة رسمية تثبت تورطه. لهيك طلع براءة والقصة انقضت بأكم من سنة سجن. هاي كانت قصتنا لليوم، بتمنى تكون عجبتكم. إذا كنت مهتم بالقصص الغريبة اللي بتشبه هذا الفيديو بنصحك تشوف فيديو نصاب الدارك ويب. الفرق بين هذا وهداك إنه هذا نصب على أشخاص عاديين، هداك حرق الدارك ويب. احكوا لي رأيكم، هل بالفعل مونوبولي مجرد لعبة ولا بالفعل هي فكرة تشرح لنا شو يعني تكسير العظام؟ رح أشوف كل تعليقاتكم. أنا صادق، سلام، وبشوفكم فيديو جديد.
Check this out. In just a sec, I'm gonna speak with a different accent. And just between you and me, I don't really know how. But okay.
And so the United States is born, it's a disaster.
I know there are two parts to the conversation. There's the before the World War, and then after the World War.
So the United States is definitely profoundly founded on this idea of white supremacy. There's no two ways about it. So if you're darker skinned, you have more Jewish and Muslim ancestors. If you're lighter skinned, you have more Christian ancestors.
No way.
And that's where the whole whiteness conversation came from.
Such a stupid place to come from. Why did they want to differentiate it in the
Status.
Just status.
Yeah, I'm pure a Christian, I deserve more.
So from there, there was a way that they started looking at the Middle East.
The moment that this starts becoming chaotic, like animalistic, we're gone.
Arab history had been deliberately deleted from the European and American curriculums on purpose.
Why was it the goal?
So that, people just wouldn't understand the Middle East. So I'm gonna pause for just a second so that your listeners can think about this for a second.
So the thing is, welcome to Kuwait. So one of the things that once we spoke to you and we said we'd like to have you on Bidun Malak, we're like, what are the things that we can talk about? And mashallah, you have a lot of things that you can talk about and a lot of things that interest you. And when we were looking at the news, there was a guy called Tom Barak. He's the ambassador of Turkey. He's a real estate. Originally, he works in real estate, and now he's the ambassador of the US in Turkey. And then we saw that press conference. And that press conference, the way he spoke, did you see the press conference? No, okay, so we should watch it. We should watch it, yeah. Can we get the press conference? Okay, as we're doing that, yeah. When did your interest in this part of the world come? Because you're from the States, you're fully American, correct? No.
No.
Okay, so tell me about that. I really want to know because I'm intrigued.
So أمي مصرية.
ما شاء الله. Okay.
وأبويا هو من أوروبا، هو ألماني، إيطالي، سويدي وفنلندي، هو يوناني وإسباني.
So you wanted to go to understand your heritage from your mom's side, like your history. Where did the interest
come? Over the course of my childhood, I spent about 2 years living in Egypt, but never longer than 3 months at a time. And then I also lived in Algeria for a year. I was born in Lebanon. So I've always felt like a little bit of a connection. But when I was, I think I was 13, there was a big gap in my childhood from when we went to Egypt. I was maybe 6 or 7. The next time I was 13. And when I got there, I realized I couldn't talk to my relatives. And that really upset me. So I tried to learn as much Arabic as I could. Just it's a difficult language, obviously. And then one of the things that happened was I fell in love with Egypt in a way that I couldn't when I was a child because I didn't understand. And there was this huge disconnect. As a 13-year-old, I was already obsessed with politics and history. And I would watch the news, and I would see the portrayal of the Middle East on the news, and then I would think about my experiences in Egypt, and my experience. Last time I was in Lebanon, I just went this year, but prior to that was 1975, and I think we left, I want to say, like February, so right before the Civil War broke out, and my father actually went back and was there when the Civil War broke out. And so I don't have many memories from Lebanon because I was quite young, but I have like these little glimpses, little snapshots. Okay. And I would think about the disconnect between the portrayal and the reality.
Huge disconnect, right?
Huge disconnect.
Right? Yeah.
And then because of my obsession with politics and history, I was always studying and always learning. And I learned a lot about ancient Egypt, and I was, as a teenager, I was familiar with whole chunks of Egyptian history. ancient Egyptian history, and I knew a little bit of Roman history, a little bit of Greek history. I'm saying a little bit because, in retrospect, like looking back, it wasn't that much, but it felt like a lot because it was more than everybody around me. Yeah. And I noticed this really weird gap, and the gap was basically from 476 AD to 1492 AD. There's like a 1,000-year hole in my knowledge. And I knew there was the Middle Ages. I knew that there were peasants in Europe and there were knights running around killing each other. But I didn't know anything about the Middle East. That was where the gap was. And I went to the library and I checked out a book. I was 19, and I checked out a book by Sir John Bagot Glubb Basha, the Brit who stayed with the Transjordanian army after the empire left Jordan. And I don't remember which one because I think I read like 4 or 5 back to back. But it was about Arab history. It was 7th century Arab history. And I went, oh my God, this is amazing. And then it became very clear to me that Arab history had been deliberately deleted from the European and American curriculums on purpose so that, people just wouldn't understand the Middle East. And then, of course, after that happened, I realized that one of the things that needed to happen was those stories needed to be told.
Yeah.
And so
I started watching those stories. See, after Corona, I went onto those lectures that are available on YouTube. So during Corona, a lot of the universities started putting out the lectures. So I was watching the Stanford lectures and trying to learn from them. And then the recommendations on YouTube got me to one of your lectures. And then after, I was like, this guy knows a lot. He knows a lot from a different angle, and he talks about it so passionately. And then sooner rather than later, you went on the Qafiyah channel on Saudi, and then on another channel as well. And that's when I realized, okay, so Dr. Roy needs to be on this. Now that's not a choice anymore. So thank you for being here. And that's the void, really, and the deliberate void that they left in the curriculums that we want to eventually get to, and we want to talk about, and we want to understand why this has been left void, because the United States has been founded, or the Declaration of, The Declaration of Independence was on the 4th of July, 1776, is it?
Correct.
So from there, there was a way that they started looking at the Middle East. And that's really where we want to kind of start and then move our way to the US presence and how the Middle East has been portrayed. But we really need to understand the roots of all of those actions. And that's the kind of conversation that we'd like to have. And that's really why we think that's the best one of the best conversations we can have with you, is because you've been looking and you've lived with that culture, you understand that culture, but there are things to us that don't make sense. And we just don't understand why we suddenly became enemies, because just like how you said, you were in the US. My brother was in Scotland before 2001, and I've seen how things dramatically changed in terms of perspective and how they look at Muslims and Arabs after September 11th, when my other brother went to Manchester to study. So putting all of these little things together and these little nuances, I'd like to have that conversation. Start from the independence, when they first came to the northern part of Africa, when the US came to the northern part of Africa without the defense of the Brits, because they just left they left the British, and now they're all independent. So talk to me about, I know there are 2 parts to the conversation. There's the before the World War and then after the World War. So how was America's presence in the Middle East, and why were they there before the World War?
Okay, so when the United States got its independence, it was bankrupt, just to start. It was a disaster. The government that was created and put into place in 1781 didn't have the ability to raise an army. It didn't have the ability to tax. It didn't have the ability to print money. And so we started our independence with a very serious debt, a debt to banks in the United States, to the soldiers. We couldn't pay the army. The United States Army during the Revolutionary War wasn't a volunteer army. It was a professional army. And we never paid them up front. We were going to pay them if we won. And so we won, doing air quotes. We won, and then we didn't have the money to pay them. And so that actually will trigger a rebellion. And so the United States is born it's a disaster. There's no currency in the marketplace, so the economy is a barter economy. And as a result, the United States is in a situation where it's facing collapse. Like it's brand new state that's in so much trouble, it will have a rebellion, it's facing economic collapse. It's a ruinous situation. So trade became incredibly important. And as a result, everybody who had the ability to was putting everything they had into trying to jumpstart the United States economy through trade. And the United States actually got in really big trouble in the 1780s. I don't remember the exact year. 1785 is in my head. And
1784.
1784. Okay.
Yeah, when Morocco first country, which was in 1777, Morocco was the first country to recognize the US, and then in 1784, the pirates seized the ship Betsy.
Okay, that's it.
That's the trouble that we had.
Yeah, exactly. And it creates a war, I'm doing air quotes again because there's no real war, between the Barbary pirates and the United States. And what ends up happening is there's a ransom basically put out. I think there was like a dozen men that were captured, and the U.S. can't pay the ransom because the U.S. is just bankrupt and just can't afford this. And so for years, it's having difficulty trading in the Mediterranean. It just can't because it has to deal with the Barbary pirates. And then finally, in the Washington administration, we pay Tripoli money. We just pay them to basically keep from attacking our ships. And it was about 2% of the United States' annual government budget.
Wow.
So it's a big chunk of money. By the time we get to Washington, we've changed our constitution. We're now the economic situation is stabilized. We've survived one rebellion. We'll do another rebellion administration. And then Thomas Jefferson becomes president. He decides that the situation finds himself going basically to war with the Barbary pirates in 1801. So he becomes president in 1801. So he doesn't waste much time. When he was actually our ambassador to France when Washington was working out the deals with the Barbary pirates, and Jefferson actually wrote that he wished we had gone to war with them. So he does when he becomes president. And the Navy was created in the 1790s. He creates the United States Marine Corps. He sent, I think the number was something like 11, 12, something like that, Marines to the Ottoman Empire, and they hired about 500 Greek and Arab mercenaries, and then there were some sailors with them, and then some civilians. So maybe it was 16 people from the United States, like it was a tiny number, and 500 Greek and Arab mercenaries, and they began a 4-year-long campaign against the Barbary pirates. And so in a way, that was kind of the United States' first war outside of North America, and it's certainly the first war against anybody in the Middle East or North Africa. And in the end, one of the things the United States successfully did was split the Barbary pirates. So some of the Barbary pirates stayed out of the war and either sided with us or sort of tacitly. And so one of the interesting relics of this is that the United States Marine Corps, its ceremonial saber, it was given to them by one of the Barbary pirates.
So that was the first time that they ever had any battles outside of the US. Everything was inside, whether it's a civil war or anything, any rebellions within the US. And that wasn't close to Mexico, it wasn't anywhere else, it was right in North Africa, where the Middle East really is. And from there they started becoming more involved in that region. And that's really where I would like to move to the religious imagination of the Middle East and the type of involvement that they had and how different it was to the Europeans and the Brits. Because the Europeans and the Brits were present in a different way where they had soldiers on the ground. But the US didn't want to do that. They had hospitals, they had education, they had more of a soft power. So why do you think this type of policy was taken, and how were they perceiving the Middle East at that time?
Okay, so the answer is this is really complicated. In 1760, the British Empire did a census of the their American colonies. And they concluded that Islam was the third largest religion. So I'm gonna pause for just a second so that your listeners can think about this for a second. I don't remember if it was Baptist first or Methodist first. The other one was second. Islam was third. And the reason, of course, was because of the slave population. Many of the slaves were coming from West Africa and were actually Muslim. So there were also slaves coming from East Africa and Central Africa, and it was just enough that it pushed Islam into third place in terms of size. By 1770, that number had dramatically dropped, and the reason was the United States, it wasn't the United States yet, the British colonies in the Americas launched a campaign of basically de-Muslimizing the slave population. That became one of the goals.
Why was it the goal?
There was fear that if the slaves weren't Christian, it would become the basis for rebellion. It would unify the slaves around a different religion. They were also worried that the non-Christian, non-Muslim slaves that were being brought over would be converted to Islam. And also, and this is really important, there is a profound historical hatred of Islam built into European civilization and European culture. So that was inherited by those colonists. They were very clear about this. I'll give you an even earlier example of how this manifested. So one of the myths about the United States is that it was set up for religious freedom. It's not real. It's not true.
Myths.
Yeah, it is a myth. What happened was people were going to the colonies to set up their own colonies. For example, the Puritans, they set up the Massachusetts Bay Colony. They went there not because they wanted to create religious freedom, but because they wanted to be the guys who were doing the persecuting rather than being the people who were being persecuted. So they just wanted to flip it around. The first colony that actually did try to do something resembling religious tolerance was Maryland. The reason wasn't because the Marylanders were, these hand-holding, lovey-dovey people.
Liberals.
It's not true. What happened was Maryland was set up, and that's why it has its name, as a Catholic colony. But the Marylanders, the Catholics who started going there, realized Protestants were moving in faster than they were. And they realized at some point the Protestants would simply take over the colonial charter. And if they did, they would probably do something that excluded the Catholics, because that's what other colonies were doing. They were creating laws that were specifically intolerant towards other religions. So the Catholics decided to build into their colonial charter a tolerance clause. And it said, as long as you worship the Trinity, you are free to worship in Maryland. Now, what's interesting about that is they said specifically the Trinity. Because if they wanted to exclude Jews, because many of the colonists were profoundly anti-Semitic, if they wanted to exclude Jews, all they had to do is say, you have to believe in Jesus. But Muslims believe that Jesus is a prophet, so to make sure they also excluded Muslims, they said the Trinity specifically, right? So and this is early on, this is the 1600s, they're wasting no time.
Yeah.
So by the time we get to 1760, they're seeing the large population of Muslims as a serious problem. So I want you to have that in the background, like that's part of what's going on here. Another thing that was fueling U.S. interest in the Middle East was the British did a census, and how reliable were these censuses? It's unclear, but the British did a census. I'm pretty sure it was early on in the 19th century, where they estimated that 25% of the Middle East was Christian. We know that the percentage of Middle Easterners that were Christian was actually quite high. I don't know if 25% is accurate. But one of the reasons why they did this was they wanted the excuse to put pressure on the Ottoman Empire. And they did. They successfully put pressure on the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire began to reform some of its rules around religion. And the Ottoman Empire realized that these rules were actually a precursor to a possible invasion at some point, so they had to do it.
So they felt at the time that the responsibility of Christians light on them as Western civilizations, or
No, I don't think so. I think they believed that they could use this as an excuse to justify this in the minds of the public. They were just after the land, like they didn't care. They didn't actually care that there were Christian Arabs. This is just an excuse to do something against the Ottoman Empire.
Okay, so there were some explorers at the time, and there were some people who went and wrote stuff about the Middle East. And one of the things that they started pushing when they came back to the States around that time as well, is around the early 1800s, is that the East is great in its past, but weak in its present, and in need of someone to repair it. This duality, admiration, and belittlement at the same time was the core of the emerging American perspective. So that's religious, from what I understand from it. It's like they had a religious perspective on the Middle East, because the way we view the US is, after the Declaration of Independence and the way they tell their narrative and their story is, it's the land of the free. And that's what we would like to believe, honestly, is that it's a place, it's a country where people from history, from its birth, it looked at the world in that sense. So, but when we read the literature, it tells a different story. So they came in with that eye. So why was the Middle East in specific had an importance religious angle to it as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. And so there's a lot of things going on. One of them is Jerusalem is here, and there was the sense of it's the Holy Land. That's how Americans regularly refer to the Middle East, or at least Palestine. And but also, a lot of Americans saw this as an opportunity to spread Christianity. In other words, they wanted to also missionize the Middle East. So they began sending missions with that specific goal. Some of them were honest to goodness Arabophiles. They fell in love with Arab culture. They just wanted to be part of it in some way, and they wanted to come and do good. So it's a mixture of different vectors. With some, I would imagine that the average person who came to the Middle East came here with good intentions. The intentions of the state and policymakers and the politicians, I don't think were ever good. But certainly the volunteers, the adventurers, the missionaries, But the missionaries here, they were. So when we say missionaries, do we mean hospitals, schools? What do you mean when you say? Yeah, I mean, like AUB was originally set up as a Protestant mission, and now it's
the first hospital in Kuwait was an American hospital.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, were they weren't Catholic though. They were Protestants.
Well, so I believe there were some Catholics who were coming here, but majority were going to be Protestant because the United States is overwhelmingly Protestant.
Yeah. And they were evangelical. Like now we have this term that we're learning recently that I didn't know that those people existed until like the past 2 years maybe. So before that I never knew they were. I thought they were Protestants and Catholics. Now we know that there are people who they call themselves evangelicalists, or if I'm saying it correctly. But what's this term, and is this something new, or is this? I want to talk about the history of this ideology, really, just to understand it.
So evangelicals, it is a 160-year-old idea. In the United States, initially, first of all, the term actually, evangelisch, is the German word for Protestant. So it's not the same. In the United States, it's used differently than it is in Germany. In the United States, it was an idea that you should have a certain set of values. One of the things you should believe is that Jesus is coming back, and he's coming back very soon. You need to prepare your life for that return. And of course, before Jesus can come, there's going to be an Armageddon event. And they came up with this idea of the rapture in the process. I'm unclear why they believe this is going to happen, but they believe that some souls will just simply be lifted straight to heaven when Armageddon starts. And then one of the interesting things about them originally, so they're very different, it's a very different idea than it is today, was that they believed that Jesus cared about the poor and the sick. So it was part of their ideology that they had to take care of the poor and the sick. And so that's one of the reasons why evangelicals were interested in the Middle East. They saw this as a place where they could come do real good, help people who were in desperate need. I can't remember her first name. Her last name was Trasher. She went to FUT, Egypt, and she set up an orphanage. I don't know if she was an evangelical or not, but she's going to FUT, Egypt, because she just believes this will make the world a better place.
Yeah, those missionaries played an important role in World War I when we come to it, and they saved a lot of people, and they tried helping a lot of people, and I believe that. But at the same time, we have, towards the late 1890s, we had people say things like, we need to start making a place for Jews in the Middle East, and it was from religious Protestants in the US. So you did mention that it's a mixture, but I really want to understand how the policies that we will soon see after, I just want to really understand and grab the roots, just to understand where all these little things came from.
Yeah, so one of the things that happened is the evangelical movement began to slowly evolve into what it is today. So today, I think it's fairly safe to say that most evangelicals in the United States don't care about the poor and the sick. They want their taxes cut, and they want immigrants blocked out of the United States. In other words, there's been a real ideological shift in the movement, which it's totally inconsistent with what happened in the beginning. One of the reasons why they became interested in Jews moving back to the Middle East, well, there's two. One is just anti-Semitism. If you can get the Jews to go to Palestine, they're not in the United States or Europe anymore, and it gets them out of your community.
Why did they hate having Jews?
So the history of this is obviously
it's pure anti-Semitic, like we understand, but it has to come from a belief that is very wrong. Well, I just don't understand where that thing come from.
So the Roman Empire hated the Jewish population, and the Jews were regularly rebelling. They liked to throw stones, so the Romans thought of them as just stone-throwing maniacs. And the Romans did multiple crimes against humanity and genocidal events, ethnic cleansing events against the Jews. The last one was in 629 or 630, end of 629, beginning of 630. And the Romans, I think they killed around 20,000 Jews in Palestine, and they expelled them completely from Jerusalem. And then there's like a little bit of a gap where anti-Jewish persecution by Europeans, it's not high. It's there, but it's not overwhelming until 1096. So there's a 450-year gap between the end of Roman persecution and then the 1096 is the start of the Crusades. To launch the Crusades, Crusaders in Germany and then the French Crusaders who had joined those Crusaders in Germany attacked the Jewish communities on the Rhine River. They killed thousands, I don't remember how many, 6,000, 9,000, something like that, and they raped thousands of Jewish women. And that's how they initiated the Crusades. And then when they arrived in the Middle East, they would wholesale slaughter the Jewish community. Now, they were also slaughtering Muslims, but when they would slaughter Muslims, they would clean out the mosques, knock off the crescent moon, stick a cross on them, and turn them into a church. When they would slaughter the Jews, they would just burn the synagogues down because they believed that the Jews were so contaminated and so vile that there was no way to cleanse a synagogue to make it holy.
Wow.
And that 1096 event is the beginning of the culture of pogroms. So anytime anything would go wrong in Europe for the next 850 years, you would blame the Jews in the area, and then a mob would go attack their village or their community. And the Jews became this permanent scapegoat for European politicians. I mean, there would be a thunderstorm, and there'd be damage done to the town, and they'd say the Jews did it. They cast a spell. And so there was this sort of ingrained anti-Jewish madness that had taken over in Europe.
So back to if everyone says let's make a home for the Jewish population in the Middle East, at the bottom of it is just anti-Semitic.
Yeah, there's a huge anti-Semitic component to it. I don't think that's the only reason, but it's certainly a major reason, and especially for the Zion. Eventually, the people who labeled themselves as anti-Semitic, because there were people who actually took the label with pride. The original term was Judenhass, which just means Jewish hatred. They decided that in the 19th century, when everything's scientific and there's supposed to be reason, then having your ideology have the word hate in it sounded too emotional, so they switched to anti-Semitism to make it sound scientific.
Yeah, it does sound scientific.
Yeah, it's got ism in it. When those guys...
And then when you go to Islam, it's Islamophobia. So I just don't understand why it's Islamophobia, not anti-Semitic.
I'm just scared of Muslims, that's all.
Okay, so yeah. So how did that develop after? So we have the 1800s, and then slowly, I want to come slowly to the World War I. But keep going, so lead me to World War I.
Well, so before that, though, there was this other component that I think drives a lot of the Zionism in the United States today, and that's the belief that Israel is going to start Armageddon, and then that brings Jesus back. And about 30% of the U.S. population believes that this is what's going to happen, that Israel will basically start World War III, and Jesus will come back to earth to defeat, the forces of evil, and that'll bring in a 1,000-year reign of Jesus directly ruling the world, and the world will be wonderful it'll be like heaven for 1,000 years. And so there's also a component of Christian fundamentalists in the United States who believe that Israel is necessary for the religious purposes.
So they don't like them, but they support them because that's going to bring back Jesus.
Yes, and then also by supporting them, you get them out of your community. Yeah, it's double bonus.
But politically, you have to say things like they have the right to defend themselves, they have the right to the land, they have the historical right, and all of these little politically correct sentences just to get the goal done, really, more or less, right?
But also, I imagine that there are a lot of Americans who really do believe they have a right to the land, that this is somehow correcting some kind of error, that there was...
like they feel bad for history, for what happened in history, about the Roman Empire and all that.
I doubt the average American knows much about the Roman Empire. There was a movie called Masada that was made in the 80s that I think gave a little bit of that, right?
Yeah.
But I think a lot of it is the Holocaust and Holocaust guilt.
Yeah.
And, I'm part German, so I have Holocaust guilt. My ancestors left Europe 121 years ago. They had nothing to do with it, but it doesn't matter. It bleeds over ethnically. And, 21 or so % of the U.S. is of German descent. So there's this huge sense of, what did we do? Also that drives this.
Yeah, and that's logical because what happened was horrible, and you don't want that to happen to anyone, really.
Even Palestinians.
Yeah,
you don't want that to happen to them either.
The irony when you said that they used to call them rock throwers.
Yeah.
The irony that they call Palestinians rock throwers now, and the roles have changed.
But they haven't, because if you were to genetically test the average Palestinian, you'd find they're about 80% Jewish genetically. They're just converts to Christianity and Islam. They're not...
No, I always thought about that, but I just never really bothered to research it. So that's the statistic, huh?
There was a study that was done, I want to say it was 10, 15 years ago, and it got suppressed. So it came out, people got to look at it, and then it disappeared.
Let's do it again, Roy. I'll help fund it if you're going to do it.
Well, all we need to do is send 23andMe packages to the Palestinians.
Yeah, just get a significant number.
Yeah, 1,000+ people, and you're good to go.
Because that's what I thought, because they say they have the right to the land, but I always wanted to research the Palestinians and where did they really come from. And if they're originally Jewish and they converted, then it's very simple. They also have the right to the land, and let's just fix everything.
Also, this idea of the right to the land, at some level, is, first of all, complicated by history. I mean, Phoenicians lived in the coastal cities in Palestine. So if you really want to do right by the land, all the coastal cities should belong to Lebanon. And then there were Arabs always living in the Negev. And so that should go to Saudi Arabia or something.
So where do you draw the line?
Where do you draw the line? And at what point do you stop? So did you stop 1,000 years ago? Because the land belonged to Crusaders 1,000 years ago. This idea of, there was a moment when, there was a moment when Egypt owned it. In fact, Egypt regularly owned Palestine throughout history, whether it was the Mamluks or the 18th dynasty. there was frequently an Egyptian military and political presence.
Yeah, and which is going to bring back the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I mean, and so this idea that there's this historical ground, like this belongs to me. Well, my land in Austin, Texas certainly doesn't belong to me then, because there's a Native American nation that should own it.
Yeah, and look, when I look at a nation like the US, like it's very much advanced technologically, physics, science, everything. So you'd assume that a country like that would have the best and the most solid rationale when they approach any complicated situation. But when you go to something that is as simple as that, like where do you draw the line? And that doesn't, if your ancestors owned the land and they were kicked out 1,500 years ago or so, well, that doesn't mean that you have the right today to come and kick people out. So those little things, once we understand the real angles of the situation, is how we really understand. And that's really what I was trying to understand now, is how do they look at us really? Like, how do they think of the Arab Peninsula? How do they think of the Middle East? So they had soft power. How did they differentiate themselves, the Americans, in the late 1800s, leading to the early 1900s, from the Europeans before World War? How did they look at themselves in terms of the type of colonialism that they were doing, or the imperialism?
So the U.S.'s imperialism was very different from European in one way. When they would go into a state, like usually Central America was the happy hunting ground for the United States. We invaded Honduras 8 times, I think, and then I think we invaded Nicaragua 7 times, Guatemala 5 times. What we would do is they would make this terrible mistake of raising the price of bananas. And I'm not kidding, it really was bananas. They would raise the price of bananas because what frequently would happen in a Central American state is they would decide to change the agricultural system to allow for more people to have more wealth. So there was a peasant-based agriculture system in Central America where there was effectively a noble, a person who ran a plantation, and then there were peasants on it. And periodically, the government would go, we're done with this, we're going to free the peasants, we're going to give them the land, they'll get the profits, we don't need this old feudal system to be here. And then the United States would send in the Marine Corps, invade the place, shoot it up, topple the government, install a puppet government that would restore the old system, and then go back. And that's why there's the term Banana Republic.
I see.
And it's because it was literally about the price of bananas. Americans just didn't want to pay an extra 10 cents for their bananas, and so we would go in and shoot the place up. The British or the French would go in and conquer the place. They would use that as an excuse to stay there permanently. They'd plant their flag, they'd put a military presence, and then they would build a railroad track so they could extract the resources, and then they would say, look, we built you a railroad track.
But the resources are all gone for free.
Yeah, like every time somebody says, yeah, the British built India railroad tracks. Yes, to plunder the place. They didn't do it because they loved India. They did it so they could get the goods to the port so they could take them to London.
Did they get away with it because they're just stronger and they had an army?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Might makes right, right? That's the way the world has worked. When the British were conquering, before the British began conquering India, India accounted for 1/4 of the world's GDP. When India got its independence in 1947, it accounted for 4% of the world's GDP. That's how effective the British Empire was at plundering India.
Wow. So they viewed themselves differently in terms of they would go topple a government and then they'd come back, but the Brits and the European countries, what they did is they just had a different ideology in terms of how they would just take all the resources. But what America really wanted is they just wanted better trade deals.
Yeah, that's what it boiled down to. So that's one thing that's going on. The other thing is the United States wasn't a superpower. It was, the superpower in North and South America, but it had competition, for the record. It wasn't that much more powerful than Mexico or Brazil in the 19th century. And so the United States didn't have the ability to get involved in the Middle East militarily. And it chose not to get involved in Africa militarily. It was slowly, towards the end of the 19th century, starting to look at East Asia. And eventually we'll start doing the same thing that we were doing in Central America to East Asia. And we begin invading, Korea and China repeatedly. Long before the Korean War, we had gone to Korea multiple times, and so that was sort of the playbook that the United States operated under. The United States, I think, also didn't think, even if it wanted to, that there was anything in the Middle East it really cared about. So that's one of the reasons why initially it's just missionaries and it's just private individuals. Is U.S. foreign policy was aimed very specifically at Latin America and East Asia.
Until the Suez Canal in 1869, when they realized that no, there's going to be huge trade in the Middle East. And then they came up with a concept called the Manifest Destiny.
No, Manifest Destiny was the idea that we would own everything to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
So we had to conquer California, Oregon, and Washington.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Okay, so that had nothing to do with the imperialist ideology where we just need to expand.
Well, it does, because we wanted to expand in North America first.
So, okay.
Yeah, and we declared victory in 1890. We said that the frontier was closed. We had successfully conquered what we were going to conquer in North America. But when you think about it, that's originally U.S. foreign policy is what we think of as domestic policy, because we had all these Native Americans that we had to genocide, ethnically cleanse, remove, and then put in concentration camps that we call reservations. That took a lot of effort, and it was an international event because each of those different Native American nations was its own nation. And we did it slowly, right? We had to do it systematically, because if we attacked them all at once, we wouldn't have been able to win. But it took decades to do that. So that was part of our ideology as well, as it's okay to take somebody else's land. It's okay to take their resources. It's okay to just be there. I mean, when you think about it, as a person who lived in the United States for the majority of my life, there's this weirdness about, I own this house, I live here, and there's no, wow, what came before? One of the questions I usually ask my students in my Texas government classes, name the Native American nations that used to be here in Austin, Texas. And of course they can't do it. They don't even know the names. So
to them it just didn't exist.
Yeah, the goal is erase. There are pyramids in the United States.
Yeah.
This is something I think the average person
the United
does.
States.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought you were going to say in America.
I mean, they're in Mexico, Guatemala, sure. There are also pyramids in Illinois. Yeah, on purpose you don't know this. So the pyramids are actually not stone, they're made out of earth. So, maybe people think they're not quite as amazing because they're made out of dirt. But what's really amazing is that the Native Americans built them in a place that had no native stone. So when they built the foundation, it is stone. They had to import the stone from hundreds of kilometers away. And then they figured out the right mixture of clay, sand, and silt to basically make erosion-proof dirt. And they built these pyramids using this high-tech mixture of clay, sand, and silt, and they're still there. Well, some of them are. The biggest one is in a place called Cahokia. It's right across the Mississippi River from St. Louis, Missouri. When you go there, you'll hear Chinese spoken, you'll hear Japanese spoken, you'll hear German and French spoken, because all the tourists are from somewhere else. You hardly hear any English because Americans don't even know it exists. But it's not, Cahokia isn't the only site. There were hundreds of sites all around there with little mounds. And what developers did was they went in with bulldozers, they bulldozed the mounds, and they shoved them into nearby ponds and built housing developments where the ponds used to be. And the goal was erase.
Was the goal erase, or just didn't know better?
There was probably a little bit of ignorance. There was probably a lot of greed. But there was also in the background where erase. Because
to them they meant nothing.
It was this past that they weren't connected to. So it made them, it probably sat in the back of their head like, we were really violent. What we did here was really wrong.
Yeah.
And then, so how do you justify it? Well, they didn't try to justify it. They tried to erase it. There was in Ohio, I can't remember the name of the site. It's an amazing site. Mound people is what we called them at the time. Mississippian culture. They had built this mound that really interesting structure. It had stuff buried inside of it. Just a magical place. And in World War I, the United States military, the Army, decided that was going to be their training ground, that specific spot. But to build the barracks on it, they had to put the barracks on stilts because of the mounds. But then they didn't want to spend that much on wood, so they cut the tops of the mounds off. And then they built the barracks on top. The United States ran out of land. Like, this was literally the last place in the United States they could build a military base. They could have built this anywhere. Yeah. They did this on purpose. There's no other explanation. So when you go to the site, you can still see the mounds. They're just half as tall as they used to be.
Can we look up the pyramids in Illinois and the mounds?
Cahokia.
And put them on the TV. That's interesting. I just never knew that there were pyramids in the... I was mind-blowing.
Isn't that mind-blowing?
Because he said that, and I said, okay, of course he means America. He might have just he said United States, and then I looked at you again and I said, no, he definitely said United States. So that's part of the cultural history that the US is very much okay with, that you're able to take someone else's land, because we've done that before, and we can justify it by maybe hundreds of years later we'll just apologize.
We'll name our helicopters after them. So we'll have the Chinook and the Apache and the Black Hawk.
Yeah, that's the way to just let go of the guilt.
Yeah. So they were such cool people. And let's make nice movies about them.
And we'll give them casinos.
And we'll give them casinos. Actually, they took the casinos.
What do you mean?
The Native American nations, when they would surrender, we would write treaties that gave them sovereignty. So a Native American reservation might be in a state, but it's a sovereign entity, so that state has no jurisdiction in that reservation. So it's one of those what moments, right? So if you look at a map of Arizona, about a quarter of the state is Native American reservations. So the state of Arizona has no jurisdiction in that quarter of its state. In other words, the map should be changed, and those Native American reservations should just not be in Arizona, because there's no point in them being in Arizona. So if you go to the Navajo Nation, which is the largest reservation in the United States, it just passed the Cherokee for a number of people too. So it's largest in land and barely largest in population. The Navajo Nation does daylight savings, but the state of Arizona doesn't. So half of the year they're in a different time zone than the rest of the state. And because of this, most of the states have laws strictly banning casinos. The Native Americans went, we're sovereign entities. We don't have to obey your state laws. So they began making casinos.
Oh, so are they still a sovereign entity?
So right now there is a campaign to reduce Native American sovereignty in the United States.
Sovereignty as in they don't have to, they have a different jurisdiction, different rules, different regulations?
Yes.
Everything else, so it's like a different country?
Almost. They still have to abide by federal law. So they're still part of the United States. Okay. They're just not part of the individual states.
Okay, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
Yes.
There was a Supreme Court ruling, Oklahoma v. Castro Huerta, and I think it was 2023. And that ruling did actually diminish Native American sovereignty. So there is a current campaign to see if they can knock it down a notch. Okay. But that's why they have the casinos. And then the idea behind the casinos is you bring in the Italian mob. They help you set up the casinos, just like they did Las Vegas, because that's who did Las Vegas too.
Godfather too.
Yeah. And then you bring in the Italian mob. You set up the casinos. You split the money with the Italian mob, and then the rest of the money goes to the Native American population. And historically, Native Americans have been the poorest communities in the United States, and now they're some of the richest communities in the United States. So it's a little bit of financial vengeance, I think.
They have a cool past, but we just don't know what it is, and we're not going to teach it to in universities.
For the record, there are stone cities in the United States.
Stone cities?
Yeah, cities that 4-story tall buildings made out of stone that the Native Americans built. You can go to the ruins. They're national parks. It's just not advertised. So the average American doesn't even know they exist.
Yeah, and that's been done on purpose, obviously, because America is a huge marketing media engine. That's gonna talk about every little thing, right?
Wildly successful too.
Yeah, and they just they'll know how to market this wire between the microphone and the stand. So they'll do everything to market every little bit. So when I see all these things that they've successfully marketed, people bought, and it's a huge capitalist country. and they only see like part of the real deep stories that they could capitalize on, and they've not been doing that. Of course, it has been done on purpose, or it's just talking about this white supremacy theory that's it's present in the American culture, and we've seen it. Like the video that I was going to show you is the U.S. Ambassador recently came to a press conference in Lebanon, and he just spoke to the journalists, and he told them, "Do not behave like animals." And you need to see this video. And it's been all over social media the past week.
Okay.
I need to show you. I'm going to try to pull up the video. I actually have the video next to me now because Munira is having trouble doing it on the TV for some reason. But I'm going to pull up the video here on the laptop and I'll show it to you. Let's get the ad out of the way. So yeah. See what he says.
You just had to throw it, man.
Hello.
Okay, wait. We're going to have a different set of rules, right? Please be quiet for a moment. And I want to tell you something. The moment that this starts becoming chaotic, like animalistic, we're gone. So you want to know what's happening? Act civilized, act kind, act tolerant, because this is the problem with what's happening in the region.
Wow.
See, act civilized, act tolerant, act kind. This is and all of these terms animalistic. He comes in. He's not even in his country, and he's supposed to be an ambassador, and he speaks to people that way. So I'm trying to look at things objectively because that makes me angry when I look at it again. So I'm not going to be angry. But why? How is this present? How is he able to? How does he have the courage? How does he have the mind? What is going through his mind to give him the okay to go ahead and talk to people that way?
Yeah, I mean.
Are you surprised? You've not seen this?
I mean, I haven't seen it. I'm not surprised, but I'm still horrified.
That's horrific. Yeah.
It reminds me of that. I think he was a CNN journalist in 2022 when Putin. People get confused about this. He didn't attack Ukraine in 2022. He attacked in 2014. He ramped up the war in 22 and expanded it. So when Putin expanded the war in 2022 and began actually bombing Kyiv, there was a journalist there, and he goes, "You don't." I'm paraphrasing. "You don't expect to see this in a European country, a civilized country." And then he says, "This isn't Baghdad," and you're like, "Oh."
These are people who look like us.
Yeah,
they can be our neighbors. They have blue eyes.
Yeah,
that's it. That reporter was saying that. Yeah.
So the United States is definitely profoundly founded on this idea of white supremacy. There's no two ways about it. It had to be, because how else could you justify in your mind, I'm going to take this land from these Native Americans, and then I'm going to bring slaves over and I'm going to steal their labor. There's no way to justify that other than God really loves me, and he doesn't really like those folk as much. And as a result, it's okay for me to exploit them.
How is it justified? Is it justified by racism or something religious? Or how is this justified in the cultural, deep, ancient mind of the people who did all of these actions? I really want to understand.
Okay, so the idea of white supremacy has a really fascinating origin. It actually starts in Spain. So the Reconquista, which is a poorly named event, the Reconquest. How can you reconquer something when you never owned it to begin with? So the idea is that the northern Christian kingdoms in the Iberian Peninsula are going to conquer from the Muslims the rest of the Iberian Peninsula, and then eventually Portugal and Spain are created out of that. And they called it the Reconquista as if they had owned it at one point. But they didn't. This is a different people now, because the population of people that the Arabs conquered when they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, it was German-ruled Iberia. It was Visigoths that were ruling it, and before them, the Vandals had ruled the south. That's where Andalusia comes from, because there's no va in Arabic. They just dropped the sound, and then before that, it was the Roman Empire. In other words, this idea of Spain was really created in 1492 by Queen Isabella, right? She's the person who creates Spain. the Roman province was called Hispania, and that's where España, the name, comes from.
Makes sense.
But Isabella, the Queen of Castile and Leon, is the person who created Spain. She said, there will be a Spain, and boom, there it was. She was that powerful.
She was that powerful.
She really was. She was an absolute monarch who was a visionary and literally created a country and changed the way the world thought about that place. And in the process, created an empire that spanned, they owned the Philippines, they owned North and South America. And then eventually she had married so heavily into the Holy Roman Empire that they owned Germany and Italy and Portugal. I mean, they had colonies in Africa and India. You're like, how did you do this?
Listen, Isabella needs to teach us how she did all that.
Yeah, she was really cruel. There was a lot of violence and plunder.
So how does this get tied up to the white supremacy?
So human beings love hierarchies. We want there to be somebody on top and somebody on bottom. It is just our nature. I didn't used to believe this. I have come to this conclusion that this is just how we are.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Whether we like it or not.
It makes it easier for many people to live.
Exactly.
Right?
There's a population of people who they just follow and they're happy to follow.
Yeah.
And they know their place in society and they're good to go.
Yeah.
And then, there's that cantankerous group of people who are always in rebellion no matter what's going on. Like, everything is great and they're still mad.
Yeah, because there are fewer leaders and more followers just in general, just to make life easier.
Yeah.
Because, again,
it does.
Yeah, you need more followers. Like, I think there should be more followers, but they should be a little bit more conscious, just a little bit more.
Yeah, and a little bit more informed.
Because I think if everyone were naturally just wanting to lead, there won't be any group work with there.
No, it'd be a disaster.
Yeah, so I agree with you. Just sometimes things don't happen the way we like, and just catastrophes happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me more.
So the Christian kingdoms in the north, I'm saying it this way because the population in the south is just as Spanish as the population in the north. The way we talk about it is that the Spaniards conquered the Muslims. The Muslims in the south, first of all, it was Muslim-ruled south. The majority of the population in the south was still Christian because the Muslims didn't convert by the sword. So when they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, it was a majority Christian place. Egypt was a majority Christian place until 600-700 years ago because there was no compulsion to convert. The Crusades encouraged a lot of people to convert just because they were like, I don't know if I want to be associated with those guys anymore. But Egypt is still somewhere between 10 to 20% Christian. We don't know because the government won't do a census. I bet it's closer to 20%. The government says it's 10, so it's 20.
Okay.
We all know how this works. And so what you had in the south was Muslim-ruled Christian, Jewish, and Muslim population that spoke a language that was a hybrid of Arabic and Latin. And by the way, there was some German mixed in it and some Celtic mixed in it, but it was primarily Latin and Arabic. And they also, obviously did things in Fusha, but locally they spoke this hybrid language. In the north, they spoke the same hybrid language. The difference between the north and the south was rich, the south was technologically advanced, the north was technologically backwards, the north was poor. The north was Christian fundamentalists who wanted to kill off or expel the entire Jewish and Muslim population.
Why?
That was their goal, their expressed goal. I don't know why. I mean, when you think about it, why would you get rid of your smartest, best educated, and richest segment of your population? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Conquer them and then tolerate them.
And have them work for you.
And have them work for you. But they wanted to conquer and then expel or forcibly convert or murder. And they systematically did it. It took them, 6 centuries, 7 centuries to pull this off, but they ultimately do it. But in the process, somebody sat down and went, who here is purer Christian than the next person? And they were like, I don't know how to tell that. It's not like they had, genealogy traced back for 700 years. And so what they came up with was Arabs are darker. So if you're darker skinned, you have more Jewish and Muslim ancestors. if you're lighter skinned, you have more Christian ancestors.
No way.
And that's where the whole whiteness conversation came from.
Wow. Such a stupid place to come from.
Yeah.
Such a stupid place.
And it's
all of these problems today and today's problems all came from this specific gathering where people said, how are we going to differentiate between Christians, Jews, and Arabs and Muslims?
No, but it's worse than that. How are we going to differentiate between the different Christians? Because they want to say that Christian has pure Christian ancestry, that Christian has more Jews and Muslims in their ancestry. This is a thing, Christian versus Christian. This is why this is crazy.
Oh, so there are layers to it now.
Yeah.
I just realized. Yeah. Okay. So there's a layer. So they wanted to differentiate who's more Christian. Yeah. Yeah. Now I see it. And based on that, they will get things in return. As in, so why did they want to differentiate it in the
status?
Just status.
Yeah. I'm pure Christian. I deserve more.
Position.
A better position. And so this whiteness thing kicked in, and it began to really matter in Spain, and little by little it spread across Europe, and eventually it got mingled with slave trade and genocide of the Americas, and then the next thing you know, they're building empires. And
so the whiter you are, the more Christian you are. That
was the original process.
So did there are a lot of black community Christians and brown Christians and people who lived in America and lived with those white supremacists eventually? So that was there. So the white supremacy carried, because if you sit with anyone now who is racist, he wouldn't know where this comes from. He wouldn't be able to tell you what you just told me, right?
Yeah.
He wouldn't tell me that I'm purer. He wouldn't say that, right?
No.
So it's weird how the human biology works. Is that it's still there?
It's still there. I mean, Jesus is frequently portrayed as a blue-eyed blonde, or at least a light brown-haired guy who looks like he's from Sweden. Yeah.
We all know he was brown. He was definitely, if he's going to be from this part of the region, he's not going to be white.
Okay, so here's a twist on twists. I think the year is 1907. Don't quote me on the year. It was somewhere between 1901 and 1909. There was a person who is Christian Arab from the Ottoman Empire living in the United States. He was from what is today Lebanon. So people regularly call him Lebanese, but Lebanon existed as a province within the Ottoman Empire. So it's not completely wrong to say it. He was a security guard living in California. He'd been in the United States for decades, and he wanted his U.S. citizenship. But until 1952, if you were born in Asia, you were not allowed to ever become a U.S. citizen under any circumstances.
Because of the World War? Or?
No, that was part of our racism. Up until 1960s, we thought there were three races in the world: white, black, Asian.
Okay, I see.
And so we divided the world up into those pieces. After the American Civil War, we made it very clear that if you were black or white, you could be a U.S. citizen. If you were Asian, you could never be a U.S. citizen.
Asian meaning Korean, Chinese, or is it
anywhere in Asia?
Anywhere in Asia.
Anywhere in Asia.
Oh, literally Asian.
Literally Asia.
Okay.
So this poor Lebanese guy couldn't become a U.S. citizen because Lebanon's in Asia.
Exactly.
So he sued.
Poor guy.
He's like, what? This isn't fair. And so you could be an Asian and be a U.S. citizen if you were born in the U.S. because the U.S. has that. If you're born in the U.S., you are a citizen automatically rule. So the Japanese Americans who were U.S. citizens who were interned during World War II were of Japanese descent born in the U.S. So they were natural-born U.S. citizens. They were literally eligible to be president.
Okay.
But anyway, so this Lebanese guy sues, and the court case unfolds, and he knows he's finished and he's going to lose. But so he raises his hand, and the judge calls on him, and he says, "I'd like to ask the court one more question before you rule on the case." And the judge goes, "Oh, okay, go ahead." And he goes, "What was Jesus?" And the judge goes, "White." And the Lebanese guy goes, "I'm from where Jesus is from." And the judge pounds his gavel on the bench and says, "White, you are eligible to be a U.S. citizen." And that's how the guy won his citizenship. So, according to U.S. race law, if you are Arab, Persian, Turk, or Jewish, you are white.
So I'm white.
You're white. Mabruk.
Thank you. I can rule the world.
If you're black from Mauritania or the Sudan, you're white because you're Arab.
Okay, so just no. They've dug themselves in a big hole now. It's just this doesn't make sense anymore.
No.
Because we know colors. Okay, so it's really about honestly, Dr. Roy. So what I'm realizing now is this all goes back to religion. As much as we try to say it's a free country, it's a free. I'm not saying that there isn't any freedom there. I'm saying that at the bottom of it is just it's a huge religious thing that is still going, covered by democracies or what have you.
Yeah.
So with that, so what I want to ask you about is now really is before we're going to get back to the World War, but I can't not ask you now the question that I have in mind, which is do they still think, like America and the West, that Islam fundamentally is a threat to civilization?
So it depends on who you talk to, obviously. If you talk to the average liberal in the United States, they'll say, no, that's ridiculous. If you talk to the average conservative, the answer is yes. Islam is a threat to humanity, and every step necessary should be taken to stop that threat. So, you know, the second U.S. war against Iraq is literally no justification in the world. The first war, okay, liberate Kuwait. Like, it's hard to argue that was wrong, although I do think the way it was executed was wrong. The U.S. intentionally targeted civilian targets in Iraq. I don't understand how that does anybody any good other than just cruelty. But in the second war, nonsense, right? There's no way to make that war make sense in anybody's head. But for the average conservative, it was necessary because Iraqis were Muslim. Now, 800,000 Iraqis were Christian. I think it's 100,000 now.
So north, right? North part of Iraq, was it?
Yeah, there was a huge Christian community. And so ironically, the U.S. dramatically reduced the percentage of Christians. But one of the goals of the Bush administration was to actually send missionaries in to Iraq.
Missionaries, back to the missionaries that we were talking about before the 1900s.
Yeah.
Send missionaries
to
convert Iraqis.
Yeah, there were missionaries going to Afghanistan during the Afghan war. Actually, one of the largest sources of those missions, by the way, was South Korea. Because I don't think the average person realizes this. South Korea is a Christian country. It's been converted. It's not Buddhist anymore. It's the country of neon crosses. And so a bunch of South Koreans moved to Afghanistan or trying to convert Afghans. And you're like, dude, not there. Like, that's dangerous. You're going to get killed.
It is dangerous. And it's just because you've mentioned something about George Bush. And I'm just going to go to it now, actually. I had this written down because when he went into, let me just search Bush because it's a huge document that I have here. Yeah, there we go. So the U.S. ambassador in Baghdad, oh no, that's the second one here, Bush, yeah, preemptive war. And then there we go, yeah. So General William Jerry Boykin, one of the Pentagon's leaders, stated in 2003 that our God is stronger than the Muslim God. So Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld was found to be decorating his reports to Bush with biblical quotations such as verses encouraging battle. And although this war was not directly for the protection of Israel, but in terms of that was the bottom line at the end of the day, the religion keeps coming back. In fact, yesterday, Congressman Randy Fine tweeted, "America is not and will never be a Muslim country." Why would and I'm scrolling through my timeline and I see this tweet from my congressman in the US. And I just ask myself, why is this conversation happening?
Why is this happening?
So
and the US is 1.2% Muslim. Like, this isn't an impending threat.
And I just feel the responsibility now. I need to understand what he's saying because we have a cultural role to explain stuff. But I just don't understand. why is there a war on Islam? And it's very, I see a lot of anti-Semitism coming back, and that's bad. But I also, a lot of memories after 2001 that we want to forget about how we've been, the things that I've heard people tell my family when I travel in Western countries. And I remember those very well, and I was very young at the time, and I remember people yelling stuff at us. And that wasn't nice. And those little tweets makes these little things come back, and those memories come back, and it's you go somewhere wanting to explore the place and wanting to get to know people, because we have in Islam, obviously, that to get to know people, and then like the verse says that that's the whole point of humanity, is for us to get to know each other, and going with that spirit, we're trying to explore stuff, and then you hear all of these vulgar things being said at you. But I started realizing that those people are just products of an environment, and they're not really the threat. The threat is the people who are coming up with these policies and making those things okay for a congressman to come out and say something like trying to agitate and pick a fight with Muslims by saying America is not and will and caps never be a Muslim country. So that's what I really want to understand, and that's a lot of things that you've been saying now, like where the white supremacy comes from, how Islam is, but I just don't understand why is it still viewed this way today with all of the media out and all of the sciences out and people getting to know each other. Why is this still there? You know?
So there's so many reasons for this. One is the United States has a horrible education system, and so there's just intentional ignorance. Another one is Americans don't travel enough. If Americans would just get in an airplane and fly to the Middle East, they will change their opinion extremely fast. Like you get into the airport, well, get past, depends on the country. You need to get out of the airport in Egypt. But like, you know.
Your mother is Egyptian, so I'm not going to say anything.
The airport in Egypt, the arrival is not a great experience. Once you're out, you'll change your mind because you will discover how wonderful Arabs are. And that's it. That's all you need is travel. And I think that's true for everybody anywhere in the world. If you have a bias against any culture, you should get in an airplane and fly to that place and meet those people.
You know what? We used to care. Like right after the World Cup and what happened after the World Cup, and when Messi wore the bisht, we just stopped caring at this point.
What was that about? I couldn't figure out why people were so angry.
It was just a huge honor.
The bisht,
the prince, the emir, of Qatar, Emir Tamim, putting the bisht on Messi. It's like the biggest thing that you can offer anyone. And then the huge backlash.
The backlash was amazing.
And then after that, we just stopped. Before we were like, okay, try to see us the way we are now, and I think it's working. Like once we stopped caring, we've seen that a lot of people are really wanting to understand. Like these people don't care how we perceive them anymore, and we just kind of want to get on with it now and just do our own thing. If you want to see us this way, we don't care, and that to me started changing a lot of things, because once you stop caring, people will want to know why you've stopped caring. You know what I'm saying? And now they want to know why. But now with traveling and stuff, I've seen one friend that I met recently. He's from the US, first time in the Middle East. He was blown away. He was like, wow, what is this place? This is so nice. It's so safe.
That happened to Tucker Carlson. He went to UAE, and now all of a sudden his positions politically have gone flying in a different direction.
Yeah, just... How was living in the UAE, by the way?
I like it a lot. Yeah, it's definitely a quality of life improvement over living in Texas.
Where are you living now?
We moved. We moved.
It's nice in the UAE.
It is very nice. I like being around Arab culture. One of the things that's nice about the UAE is you can be around Arab culture or whatever culture you want because it's such an international place.
Yeah, it is very international,
but
right?
Everything works, which is what's confusing to me. Like I'm used to a place where nothing works and it takes years for everything to get done. And
the government is very efficient there.
The government is extremely efficient. It pays attention to the people and what the people want. So it's very tuned into the public, where the public is going. And it's really interested in innovation and anything that pushes innovation. So it's very exciting. Like just the constant We need to improve. We need to improve. We need to improve.
It's contagious, right?
It's contagious. It's
yeah, it is contagious.
and I think the whole GCC is moving in that direction.
Yeah. Saudi Arabia definitely, Qatar as well, definitely. Kuwait is trying to move in the same direction as well now.
It's made the region very exciting in a good way, because unfortunately, the region has been very exciting in a bad way too.
Yeah, exciting. That's the key word. Okay, so back to the region. World War I. Look, Doctor, we're going to try to get as much that we can get through today, and that's very important because I really want to have you back and I really want to have more conversations with you. And I think a lot of the things that you're saying is very eye-opening. So what happened after the World War? So they had soft power, the US, they had all of these missionaries, hospitals, schools. How did things change after World War I, and how did the US start becoming more of a hard power in the Middle East?
So the U.S. became more of an empire, period, in the world. In the aftermath of World War I, the United States ended up with a much larger share of the global economy. Because to do World War I, Germany, France, and Great Britain had to pull so much of their industry out of producing commercial goods and switch over to military. The U.S. filled that gap, and then after World War I, refused to leave that space. And the result was that all of a sudden the United States was an economic superpower. It was now one of the big players. One of the things that the United States was really keen on doing too, because, you know, like if you ask a U.S. historian, when was oil first discovered, they might say Oil Creek, Pennsylvania, 1861. So that's completely nonsensical because Arabs were using oil for hundreds of years prior to that. The famous Greek flame, it was a Syrian refugee who invented the flamethrower in the 7th century AD, was using oil. Like, you know, this idea that it was discovered in 1861 in the United States is, it's like, it's the equivalent of Henry Ford invented the car. No, he didn't invent the car.
I didn't know that. Okay. I'm supposed to say yeah, but I just didn't know. So who invented the car?
Daimler.
Okay.
Yeah, a German invented. He invented the motorcycle, and then the next year he invented the car.
So it wasn't Ford?
No, Ford was working for Oldsmobile making cars when he made the Ford Motor Company.
Okay.
So it's like, how did he invent the car if he was already making them? Like, I don't understand. It's one of those things. And this is a habit the U.S. has, right? We try to take credit for things we didn't do.
That happened in science as well. Was it a U.S. thing or a Western civilization thing? Because a lot of the sciences that weren't founded in the U.S., then they called the whole equation now after that person who claims to have discovered it.
Yeah. So Eckers and Hockley, for example, for years I was taught they invented the first computer was the ENIAC in 1946, but now we know it's the Turing machine and the British did it during World War II. You know, there's lots of... Thomas Edison didn't invent the light bulb. It turned out there was a British guy who beat him to it. Thomas Edison went and forced the guy to sell his company or else he would be economically destroyed, so that Edison could claim responsibility. I know another person who thinks he's invented a bunch of things, but what he does is he buys companies today that have already invented something, and then he makes them sign non-disclosure agreements so that they won't take credit for their own inventions. We won't mention his South African name on the...
This is going to be on YouTube, so it's fine. Okay, so that's a thing, huh?
That's a thing. That's a.
So oil, when was...
So 1861, the United States found oil in the United States, in Pennsylvania.
What's the place called?
Oil Creek. And so that's another reason why it's weird that they discovered in a place that was already named Oil Creek. So the creek was...
And then the discovery.
I wonder if there's oil by Oil Creek. Okay. Let's go and explore. So they dug a well next to the creek. The creek had that, when, you know, oil floats on water and the light hits it and it's iridescent and it has all the different colors.
Yeah.
That's how it got its name. People were like, look, there's oil on the top of this creek. So they dug a well next to it and they hid oil. And so that started the U.S. oil industry. By the end of World War I, the United States realized that it needed to start looking for oil in places outside the United States. And by the 1920s, there was starting to be interest in Saudi Arabia. By the 1930s, Caltex, a U.S. company, actually moved into Saudi Arabia and began working on oil exploration. And the reason the United States liked this was because the British had already gone in that direction.
Kuwait.
Kuwait is the starting point for the British, because the British realized there had to be a way to figure out where the oil was other than just walking and looking at your feet, because the earth was just too big.
That's how they used to look for it.
That's exactly how you used to look for oil, is you just looked at your feet, and if you if you're lucky, you stepped in it, because there was so much oil on the planet, it could literally be on the surface. But usually you're just looking for black shale or black sandstone, because they're spongy rocks. They'll absorb the oil and turn black. So what the British did was they went through the historical record, and they're like, look, there's all these references to oil in the Middle East. There must be oil there.
So let's go explore.
So they move into Kuwait, carve it out of the Ottoman Empire with the express point of using it as their point of reference, and then they find it originally in Iran. And they're so excited. And little did they know they were actually on top of it.
Yeah, so they used to export the oil in the early 1900s. Obviously, they had to do deals, and then Kuwait had stepped out of that deal. I think in the early 1970s when they kept the whole oil. But before that, there was a deal with the Brits, and the Brits had that similar deal in Iran, which was like 40-60, was it? Or
no, it was
84-16.
84-16.
Which is nothing.
Yeah, the Iranians were getting 16%. You're like, wait, it's your oil. At least do 50-50.
I think we got a better deal, I think. So with that said, how did they used to export the oil? Because now we have, I don't know, it might be a very detailed question, but I always thought, like, how did they export the oil? Was there tubes? How did they ship it?
Yeah, they put it in barrels and put it on ships.
Literally. And now they just became more efficient at it in terms of.
Yeah, we're just so much more efficient now.
Yeah. Okay, but they found out that oil was very important after the First World War.
So the British figured out that oil was going to change the world by the end of the 19th century. The United States was slower to it because the United States had so much oil. When the British panicked and then made the move on Kuwait, the reason they did it was there were only really two oil companies left on the planet by that point, Standard Oil and Royal Dutch Shell. Shell had been a British company, but when Royal Dutch bought Shell, Royal Dutch ended up owning 51%. So it was a Dutch company with a British minority share. So the British wanted their own separate company, which is why they ended up creating...
BP. Was it BP?
Yeah, it was originally called Anglo-Persian Oil Company, but then it became BP.
Okay. So because there was no more economic interest in the Middle East, and the power that the US had, they said, now we want to get properly involved where we have more resources and trade, back to the first reason why they wanted to go out of the US and try to look for trade outside the US. So am I interpreting things correctly?
Oh, absolutely. The United States is a merchant state. Its goal is to figure out a way to sell you something.
Yeah.
Now, not anymore. The United States doesn't make anything, but that was the goal then, was we're going to make it, and we're going to sell it to you. We don't know what it is you want necessarily, but that's our goal.
So the US was very similar to how China is today?
Yeah. The US was the original China, in a way, right? It was, we're going to just build factories. We're going to pay people almost nothing because they're going to pour in as immigrants, and we'll make products that we can sell to the rest of the world.
So between World War I and they really started getting involved after World War II, and also the UN, and we're going to talk about Israel a little bit. But with that said, did they make a lot of, because right at the beginning of the World War II, it was right at the end of the Great Depression in the US.
Yes.
And no one really connects the dots. Or is there a dot connected there? Did they make money out of the World War?
So the reason why the Depression happened was capitalism had failed. And the reason capitalism failed was the industry had become so good. So when Great Britain, France, and Germany decided to massacre each other wholesale in World War I, and they retooled their industry, then the United States stepped in. When the war ended, the British, the French, and the Germans went, okay, now we're going to start making coats and shoes and cars again. Get out. And the United States said, no, we're here, we're staying.
We're comfortable.
And so everybody went, all right, fine. And there sort of became like an arms race in manufacturing. where everybody was making as many refrigerators as they could, and as many washing machines as they could, and as many cars as they could, and as many coats as they could. And what happened then was you couldn't sell your product for a profit anymore. That's what caused the Great Depression. People think the stock market crashed. That's nonsensical. The stock market isn't enough of a segment of the economy that it crashing would ever take the economy out. Okay. And the stock market is like a symptom, not the disease. The disease was productivity was through the roof. The quality of the goods were amazing. So I could buy a refrigerator and know it's going to last 20, 30 years. So, and if I do have a problem, it's cheap to repair. So I'm not going to go buy a new refrigerator. And so the economy then somehow manages to survive this nightmare for 10 years. And finally in 1929, the investors in the stock market panic because they know they're sitting on top of a Ponzi scheme. That this thing is only working because by investing money in the stock market, you're giving those companies that aren't making a profit, you're giving them money. And as soon as they got to the point where they're like, I don't think this is sustainable, they panicked, began selling, it crashed, and there was nothing then to prop up these corporations that hadn't made a profit in 10 years. So that's why they go under. So World War II happens. The reason why, so people make the really weird claim that wars are good for economies. They're awful.
Are they?
Yeah, every war in history has triggered a recession or a depression without fail.
You could speak to the conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, they are if you want to wreck the global economy, war is a great way to do it. The estimates are that the U.S.'s second war against Iraq took out $10 trillion from the global economy.
From the global economy?
From the global economy.
Okay, so it doesn't just affect the two countries that are going into war.
It affects everybody because we trade with each other.
So, but the question here is, wasn't the U.S. making money from the European war, which is World War II, European slash?
So World War II was good for the global economy.
Was good?
Yeah, it's the exception to the rule.
Oh, wow.
And it's the one that everybody points to and goes, "See, look, wars are good for the economy." No, there's one time that this is true. And 65 million people died to make that true. It's not worth it. Like, find a different method for making your economy good. The reason why it worked is it blew up all those surplus goods. We took all those things that were flooding the economy, causing the price of things to go down, and literally blew them up. And then we began producing goods that would get blown up, like bombs and airplanes and tanks.
So we would want more.
So we just literally destroyed the surplus slack in the economy, creating false scarcity.
Okay, so that's what's happened. So they destroyed the supply. And created the demand.
And well, the demand already existed. You're just destroying the supply.
Yeah.
And now that drives the prices back up. Now you're making profits again. So the United States' great fear after World War II is we would end up back in the Great Depression at some point, because at some point we'd become productive enough again where we would do this. In other words, this was the socialist dream, where we finally produced so much that we could basically make everything free for everybody. Yeah. It's not technically free, right? You still have to pay for it, but the cost to manufacture it was higher than the price you're paying for it. So you're coming out ahead, and the United States desperately didn't want socialism to take over the world. So we created mechanisms to prevent that, like, for example, creating planned obsolescence. That refrigerator isn't going to last 30 years, it'll last 5. And we've designed it on purpose to break, and then we've designed it to break in such a way that it's too expensive to repair it. You just might as well replace it.
That's why I never update my old iPhones.
Yeah, exactly. That's planned. That's actually planned sabotage, because they actually install malware on your phone.
Once you start updating those 2-3-year-old iPhones, they just never work.
I mean, it's beyond planned obsolescence at that point. That's just.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a thing for capitalism, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So that became the driving force behind the U.S. economy, and of course the Chinese are experts at making stuff that doesn't last. So this is why capitalism as it's structured today is a really awful idea in a world where we're overheating and we're running out of resources. Stop. It's time to start making quality goods again. But to do that, you would probably need to have serious government interference in the economy, and the rich aren't going to tolerate that.
Are you a communist, Dr. Roy? So yeah, but
I'm
look,
part Swedish.
you're part Swedish. You know what? I really like how Norway and like the Scandinavian countries are run. They have a pretty solid economy, and from what I've learned, I haven't really took a deep dive into them, but from what I've been seeing and indicators, they're doing really well for themselves, and we run through the company we run other programs, and one of the programs we did the research on the Scandinavian jails and stuff, and I just really like the way they think, and we're also running another research on their education, and they just think in a way where they're trying to really develop and try to build sustainable models good for everyone.
Exactly.
And it's fair.
It's fair.
It's fair, right?
Yeah.
But coming back to post-World War, there's going to be the UN, and we need to talk about Israel because it's like the elephant in the room. We need to address that. But we also need to address the slow growth of communism / socialism, and partly in Egypt. Would you say it's more or less socialism with the national, like Abdel Nasser? Yeah. So that war between capitalism, communism, socialism, and where Israel is in this whole equation. What happened after the World War? Because we know the UN was founded in 1945 in the US. So now that's a huge statement that the US is the biggest superpower. And then in 1948, when Israel declared the country, minutes after, the US was the first to declare Israel as a country. So speak to me about this whole situation, this whole dynamic of things that started growing post World War II.
Yeah, so the world feels enormous guilt over the Holocaust, and it should. It's worth pointing out that the United States never once bombed any facilities related to the Holocaust. We claim we didn't know. That is nonsense. We completely knew. I've seen a picture of Auschwitz from the National Archive, and it's an aerial photograph, so somebody flew an airplane over and snapped a photo, and they labeled everything. So clearly they knew what was going on, to the point where they knew this is the gas chamber, this is, where they're burning the bodies. So this idea that they didn't know is a lie. So in the aftermath of World War II, and we were turning away refugees. There were Jewish refugees trying to escape Europe, and the United States and Great Britain were sending them back into Europe. And many of them died. The most famous is the St. Louis, which was a ship that was coming, and the United States redirected it to Cuba, and then sent most of the passengers back to Germany. And that's
wow.
They tracked how many of them died in the Holocaust as a result. It's why we created the treaty that we have on refugees for the world. It was created in 1952. I mean, I'm questioning it because
that's the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, the St. Louis.
Yeah.
The idea is you can't turn refugees away ever again, because we didn't want there to ever be another situation where refugees were being sent to their death.
Oh, so that's why you can't send refugees away now internationally?
Yes.
Because of what happened in St. Louis?
The St. Louis is one of the ships that we turned around and sent back.
Interesting.
It's the most famous case, I think, in the United States of refugees being sent back. 2/3 of Americans polled said they didn't want Jewish refugees coming to the United States because they feared that they would be Nazi spies. So it's the same exact kind of rhetoric you hear today about immigrants going to the United States.
Because they would be like Hamas people inside, or whatever.
I mean, it's this paranoia that somehow immigrants, for a country of colonists, settler colonial enterprise, it's amazing how anti-immigrant they are.
They are.
Yeah, like I have a cousin who, was going off, I don't like what immigrants are doing to the United States. And I'm like, dude, your grandfather was an immigrant. Like, what are you talking about? And then I asked him, I will respond to this in a more appropriate way once you've told it to me in the original Cherokee.
Yeah, that was a difficult question for him. Okay, so but I would like to track before the Balfour what is it called?
Declaration.
Declaration was it, right? So that was in 1918, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So before that, and then that was before the Holocaust.
Yes, way before the Holocaust.
Yeah, and then so how that presence was slowly building, and how did the Holocaust help indirectly or directly in the foundation of Israel, And those little dynamics, because we have our narrative. Like, I'm not asking this question and I do not know the answer. I know the answer from what we've researched here from this part of the world. But how is this really viewed from the Western side? I want to understand, because once we research, we always hit a wall where it just doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
So I'd like to understand what's behind this wall.
Okay, so to do that, we need to go back to Zionism, the birth of Zionism.
Okay.
The father of Zionism is Theodor Herzl. He was a Jewish Austrian who, the camel that broke the straw that broke the camel's back. I almost said it the other way around. And I'm doing this on purpose. I'm using that horrible because it's Palestine, right?
Yeah.
That moment, strangely enough, wasn't a pogrom. It wasn't the regular sort of built-in violence that the Jews had been experiencing. It was a situation where a Jewish German officer in the French army.
Jewish German officer in the French army.
Yeah.
Okay.
His last name was Dreyfus. He was accused by France for being a spy for Germany. And he was scapegoated and sent to prison. I don't remember if he was executed or not, but I know he was definitely found guilty. And so Herzl went, that's it. There's no place in Europe for Jews because Jews will never be equals in European society. Now, what's interesting to me is he could have just as easily said there's no place for Germans in the French army, because it could also be that the French, don't get me wrong, I totally believe the French are anti-Semitic. I'm just saying that it's entirely possible also they were just anti-German.
Yeah, as well.
And so, here's this Jewish German officer in the French army, and they're like zapping him because he was easy pickings. Herzl then creates the idea of Zionism, and what he wants is a Jewish state outside of Europe. He didn't want it to be in Palestine. He specifically was looking elsewhere. One of the places he was looking at was Uganda, which isn't fair for the Ugandans. So I'm not saying that would have been a better solution. I'm just saying that his initial response wasn't...
And Brazil, I think, or was it somewhere in South America?
Yeah, and also at one point they were looking at New Mexico and Arizona. There was lots of different options.
So
Australia.
he just wanted somewhere outside of Europe.
Somewhere outside of Europe, and he specifically didn't want Palestine. As his movement grew, the majority of Ashkenazi members that were in the Jewish European community that were in his Zionist movement began to say, no, it has to be Palestine. We're going home. We're going back to our home. Here's the tragedy in that moment. I totally support that. Why not go home? You're Jewish, you want to be in Palestine. Wonderful. The problem isn't Jews being in Palestine. The problem was it was going to be at the expense of the already existing population. That the Christian and Muslim populations living in Palestine had to be expelled in some way. Because really early on, the Zionists set their goal on 80% Jewish.
Oh, so they wanted 80% Jewish.
They wanted 80% Jewish because they felt 1/5 of the population being Arab, if there was a rebellion or an uprising, it would be easily put down. It was a way for them to establish control. In other words, they were thinking like U.S. settler colonial project, or the South African settler colonial, or the Australian settler. They were taking...
Because they just don't know better. That's what they've learned.
Maybe, or maybe it was just in that moment they're thinking... Arabs are subhuman. We can deal with them however we want to. It doesn't matter.
It's a cycle, right?
It's a cycle. It's a cycle of one person putting another person into a subhuman position, which is ironic because that's exactly what the Europeans were doing to the Jews. And then now the Jews are turning around and doing it to the Palestinians. So that's what they set upon doing. Sykes-Picot happens. The British and the French draw up a map for the Middle East where they're going to carve up the Ottoman Empire and Persia.
That was during the First World War.
This is during the First World War. So this is after Theodor Herzl creates Zionism. And in the process, the British, they give Istanbul to Russia, and then northern Iran will go to Russia, southern Iran will go to the British Empire, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon will go to France, and then Jordan, Palestine will go to England. The Izmir area will go to Greece, and the Antalya area will go to Italy. That was the plan. And the Russians have a communist revolution. They pull out. So which means they're not going to go into Istanbul, and it also means they're not going to take northern Iran. So the British are upset because they can't take south if the Russians don't take north. They have to divide and conquer Iran. So they tell the French, sorry, we lost southern Iran, so Iraq is ours. And that's how we ended up with the configuration that we ended up with. And then the French thought a way to solve a lot of problems with the Turks was to actually give a piece of Syria to Turkey. So like Antioch should be part of Syria. It's historically part of Syria.
Just give it to Turkey.
Yeah, they just gave it to Turkey.
But I thought northern Iran was because of the Americans, where after the war they said we can't. Oh no,
You're thinking World War II.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I got mixed up.
Yes.
So that was after World War I. Okay.
Yeah.
So keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's in the background. In 1920, so in 1918, the Arabs actually create a state, the rebel Arabs create a state out of the Ottoman Empire that included Western Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon. And King Faisal I becomes the king of that state. His capital was in Damascus. The flag he flew was almost exactly like the Palestinian Jordanian flag. It's just the black and white stripes were flipped. In 1920, the French invade through Lebanon, and they fight the Battle of Maysalun and defeat his army, and then take Syria and Lebanon out of his state. And of course, then the English make a deal with the Saudis so they can get Western Saudi Arabia. And then the English move into Palestine and Jordan. And then they tell King Faisal, hey, you're unemployed, we hear. And he's like, yeah. And they go, do you want to be king of Iraq? And he goes, I guess. And so
that's how you can.
Yeah. So he got the consolation prize.
That was in the early 1920s.
That was 1920 when they did this. And then Baghdad went into a state of uprising and the British bombed it.
We did the whole episode on the history of Iraq since the 1920s.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'll send it to
Amazing.
you. I think it's subtitled as well.
Okay, cool.
With an Iraqi historian. He's very liberal, I would say. So he spoke about all sides of the story. You'll
very
enjoy
cool.
it. So that happened then.
Yes. So in the process, there was a French general named Gouraud. I don't remember his first name. And he went to Salahuddin's tomb and he kicked it. And he said, we're back, Salahuddin. So, in other words, Europeans have gone out of their way to say that the carving up of the Ottoman Empire wasn't a new crusade, when it is 100% that it was a new crusade. It was in their mind, to the point where a French general kicked Salahuddin's tomb and said, we're back.
Even General Allenby, when he first walked into...
Yeah.
That was a very huge symbolism. That's him, huh?
Yeah. Henri, okay. Giroud.
So even when trying to figure out
Allenby,
the British general, when he, after 4 centuries of Ottoman rule, when they first went to Jerusalem, and they staged it in a way where it's really symbolized.
Yes.
You'd think it's just people who are just going to take some land and they're going to colonize it.
No.
But just like how he said when he kicked, I didn't know about the story, kicking the grave and saying we're back, or the tomb, and saying that we're back, or walking in a way where it's staged in a way where you're sending a message.
Yeah.
So how does that even relate to Zionism?
Yeah, so it creates this duality, because in the hearts of the British, Richard the Lionheart never captured Jerusalem. They've done it. They've succeeded in doing what Richard the Lionheart couldn't do. And so in their mind, they fixed this error, right? Salahuddin had successfully stopped the English from capturing Jerusalem in the Crusades. And now all of a sudden they've done it. At the same time, Balfour then issues this declaration, hey, we're going to create a Jewish-only state. And so the British government initially is like, no. We finally got this prize. We've been
they didn't want to do it.
They didn't want to do it, and so they actually canceled Balfour. They were like, no, this is not on the table. We're not going to do it. And they began the mandate, and they began minting coins where it said Palestine, and they minted it in Arabic, Hebrew, and English. And the British initial goal was, they were, I think in their hearts, they were going to rule the empire forever. They didn't know this thing was going to end. Right, the sun never sets on the British Empire. Well, apparently it did set. And so I think they were thinking, we're going to rule this thing forever. how do we create this multi-ethnic state, especially because Jews are, as part of this Zionist movement, moving into Palestine. And of course, the Zionism then becomes this violent event where the Zionists begin actually doing terrorism in Palestine, and including attacking British military positions in the 1920s and 30s, attacking hotels. So once that starts to happen, the British now find themselves in this really weird situation where, on the one hand, they've got a movement, a Zionist movement in England. On the other hand, this is their dream. They have Jerusalem finally. They fulfilled the Crusader dream.
Who's the founder of Israel, the first president? Ben-Gurion, right?
Yes, Ben-Gurion.
He was a terrorist at the time, right?
Yeah. Yitzhak Shamir was actually sent to Uganda at one point by the British government because they captured him and they were like, dude, we're done with your terrorism. Go hang out in Uganda.
But at the same time, we had Dr. Salman Abu Sittah. He wrote this book. Atlas Palestine, the Atlas of Palestine. I'll show you this book. It's an amazing book.
Okay.
It has all the maps of Palestine.
Wow.
You need to see this.
It's
amazing, right?
Yeah.
And I'll try to find you a copy because there aren't many copies, and I'll try to. I might give you this copy actually. But he came. I think he's in his 80s. Bless him. He was born in what used to be Palestine in the 30s, and he spoke about the stories. And one of the stories that he spoke about is Churchill came to Palestine at some point, spoke to his uncle and said, we're going to give you Palestine. But from what they know is that's the question is they were empowering those groups like the Haganah and giving them weapons and taking all the weapons from the Palestinians. And Churchill, I think, came after the revolution. I think the revolution or the rebellion was, or they tried to do an uprising between 36 and 39 was in Palestine. And after that, they promised them that they're not going to give Palestine to the Brits. Promised the Palestinians that they will not give Palestine away.
Yeah.
And that's what made them stop. After that, the attacks, I think, started happening from the Jewish terrorist groups, and one being Ben-Gurion and other groups. So that's the confusion that was happening there. So the confusion is you're clearly giving weapons to the Haganah. You're bringing in refugees which were World War I survivors, and people with experience, knew how to handle weapons. A lot of them were ex-military, and they were just recruiting them into Palestine. So how did the Brits and the West, how did they? So now we perceive it this way, right? Like we see this clearly. How was that justified and perceived and covered in the Western culture?
I think the driving force was the Ashkenazi, so the Jewish Europeans, were seen as white. They were off-white. They're like Italians. Italians are seen as off-white. They're not quite white, but close enough. And then compared to the Arabs, they were much whiter. So there was definitely a white component to this. I think also the British realized they were probably going to fail in stopping the Zionist state from being created. So I think in their mind, the consolation prize was, okay, we can't stop the Zionist state from being created, but we can stop Palestine from being created. We'll get 50% success instead of 100. And so they did really interesting deliberate things, like you're saying. There was definitely weapons going to Israeli terrorist organizations. Another interesting thing that they did was, during World War II, they actually created a Palestine brigade, but they only allowed Jews into the Palestine brigade. The Palestinians who volunteered to fight in the war were turned into stevedores. So they were the guys who loaded and unloaded ships. So the Palestinians saw no combat, whereas the Jews did see combat. And as a result, they had the experience, the military experience, to do their invasion in 1948, whereas the Palestinians didn't have the military experience to do any kind of defense. And so in a way, the British allowed for, or even set up, the Zionist success.
Or to strengthen them.
Yeah.
And make the Palestinians weaker. So what were they expecting? So was it towards the end where they really trying to balance things out, or were they in a position where?
I think the British gave up on Zionism. They just wanted to block Palestine.
That's it.
In their hearts, they wanted to block both because I think if they could still own Jerusalem today, they would.
Oh, okay. So that's the bottom of it, is that they wanted to own it.
They wanted to own it. This was the fulfillment of their Crusader dream that they had pulled off. Richard and Salahuddin signed the treaty in 1192. So, here it is. It's 1920, and they finally have Jerusalem. They finally pulled it off. And now they're starting to realize by World War II, we're probably not going to keep it, at least part of it. So then, what can we do? And I think their thought was, okay, we'll accept that there's going to be an Israel, but there doesn't have to be a Palestine.
Oh, so they just don't like.
They can't stop both, so they'll just stop one.
But they want to stop. They want to stop Palestine because obviously the Israelis, they're white. Can we just say? Is it like because they're closer to us as a civilization? They have blue eyes.
Yeah,
we like them more.
There's that for sure. Another thing is the British love to divide and conquer. So, they told India, you can go independent, but we're going to have to split you in two.
Pakistan.
When they invaded the Hausa part of Africa, they told the French, you take the north, we take the south. When they were doing Sykes-Picot, you take the Russians, you take northern Iran, we'll take southern Iran, right?
So divide and conquer is an actual strategy, or was it realized then?
It is the British playbook. We're going to go in, we're going to split you in two, and now you have to work against two empires. Good luck. And so I think in their mind, if we could at least hinder the Palestinian state, then we've sort of divided and conquered. And, strangely enough, Jordan annexed the West Bank and Egypt annexed the Gaza Strip. So they really pulled it off, especially because I think they were thinking they were going to hold on to Egypt and Jordan in some manner going forward. So in a way, they still had Jerusalem because Jerusalem's now in Jordan. And at least East Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
The new Jerusalem that the Israelis are creating, okay, we don't care about that anyway. It's the historical one that they wanted.
Yeah. So how did the US get involved and get into, because it's a British thing so far, right? Like the US aren't even involved.
No.
How did they get involved?
So I think the US got captured by Zionism in the Democratic Party. And then, of course, it expanded to the Republican Party. Both parties are captured by it. But during the Franklin Delano Roosevelt administration, so even before there's an Israel, one of the reasons why no infrastructure during the Holocaust was bombed in World War II is that the United States wanted to make sure that the Holocaust was as bad as possible. And the reason is because they wanted to make sure that there was enough international support for the creation of Israel. So if, I don't understand this calculus. It seems to me that if 2 million Jews had died, it's just as horrific as 5 million Jews dying, right? I don't think our mind differentiates between 2 and 5 million.
No.
So this was a strange calculation on their part.
They just wanted more Jews to die.
They just wanted more Jews to die. But interestingly enough, there were Jewish Zionists who were part of this. That was part of this strategy. Yeah. And one of the things that Ben-Gurion kept saying is, European Jews are old Jews. We want the exciting, energetic Jews. We want the American Jews. And so there was this sort of weird anti-Semitism that had filtered into even the Jewish community that was Zionist. To believe that Zionism made sense, you had to buy the anti-Semitic argument that there was no place for Jews in Europe and the United States. So Zionism is built on anti-Semitism. It's just, supposedly it's the remedy for it, but in reality it's just the extension, to the point where Adolf Eichmann actually sent representatives to Lebanon in I don't remember the year, it was in the early 40s during World War II, and met with representatives of Lehi, one of the Jewish terrorist organizations, to discuss the expulsion of Jewish Europeans to Palestine. It was to the point where the Zionists in Palestine were willing to work with the Nazis.
Because we hear these stories, and when people, those stories are almost like,
how?
we hear those stories, and you're like almost not allowed to talk about those stories in the Western media.
Oh yeah, absolutely not, because it exposes the absurdity of the whole project. There was no reason to create an Israel. You could have just created a secular Palestine and built in safeguards for the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim populations and let as many Jews as wanted to who had the money to buy land move to Palestine. What's the problem with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody in the world would have been angry by that. In fact, the Palestinians were opening their doors and letting Jewish refugees into their homes and were living with Jewish families. And because the Palestinians did the same for Armenians too, by the way. So the Palestinians saw, this is the horrificness of it. They were welcoming the Jewish families, not realizing that there was an agenda, that there was a plan, and they were not on the good side of this plan.
Yeah. So there was a plan from Ben Gurion as well, the 1 million Jewish plan to bring 1 million people.
Yeah.
1 million Jewish people into Palestine. Part of the plan to be able to have some form of a majority.
Right.
So the US, Truman here really comes into play, right? Because that's after the World War. Truman became president towards the end of the Second World War, was it?
Yeah.
He's the one who did the, was it him? The Hiroshima?
He's the one who drops the nukes.
Drops the nukes, yeah. So he came in towards the end of the Second World War.
He comes in April 45.
Was he supported by a Zionist movement that put him as president? Did he have a relationship with him? Because there was something really that we found during our research. Truman had some Zionist.
He was definitely a Zionist.
And he kind of associated himself with a historical figure from, was it Persia? Persia or Baratimono? Yeah, so he said that he's the equivalent of that person who paved the way.
Is it Cyrus the Great?
Cyrus? Was it Cyrus is in English? Balush or Barus? It's just something weird. Kurosh.
Yeah, Cyrus the Great in English.
That's the one, huh?
Kurosh, yeah.
Kurosh. So he said, I am Kurosh.
Yeah.
Have you come across this literature?
I think I've actually heard him say or seen this before, yeah.
So he said that I am Kurosh.
I'm freeing the Jews from captivity.
Yeah, who's Kurosh?
So Kurosh was the guy who created the Hachameneshi Empire in the 6th century BC. So the 500s. He created a Bill of Rights, and we actually have 2 copies. One is in Elami, and the other one is in Aramaic. And to bring Truman home, if you go to the UN building, above the front door, in 6 different languages, is Kurosh's Bill of Rights. It's in English, Russian, Arabic, Persian, Spanish, and maybe Chinese.
Why is he so important?
He wrote the world's first ever Bill of Rights.
That's it.
And in it, he did really amazing things, including freedom of religion. He banned human sacrifice, which I think is just generally a good idea.
It is.
I'm totally in favor.
Especially when you're hungry.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm willing to make exceptions.
But yeah, so now what I know what you mean when you say Bill of Rights, because to me Bill of Rights is just almost like so it was the first Bill of Rights.
First Bill of Rights ever.
Okay.
And that freedom of religion wasn't you're free to worship, go, good luck. It was the state will maintain and build your temples. So we will, if you have a temple that's in disrepair, we will rebuild it for you. We will fix it, because Kurosh believed diversity was amazing. He wanted the different nations in his empire to express their own religion, have their own culture, have their own languages. He wanted to celebrate diversity. It's bizarre. So when he conquered the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the Neo-Babylonians had been at war in Palestine. They had conquered it. And the Jewish people didn't submit. They kept throwing rocks at the Babylonians. And so the Babylonians got really mad, and they forced a portion of the Jewish population to move to their capital, Babylon. And they didn't enslave the Jews. I mean, there were Jewish slaves for sure, but they didn't enslave that population they brought from Palestine. They just mandated that they couldn't leave Babylon. So that's why it's called captivity and not slavery. And so when Kurosh conquered the Neo-Babylonians, he goes, there's no captivity and there's no slavery in my empire, no captivity. You're free to do whatever you want. And then he said, but I really like you guys. I think you have an amazing culture. If some of you are willing to, I would love for you to move to Esfahan. And so a portion of the Jewish population moved to Esfahan. The rest of them mostly went. Some stayed in Babylon forever, basically. And then a big chunk of them moved back to Palestine. And when they got back to Palestine, the Neo-Babylonian Empire had pulled down the Temple of Solomon to punish the Jews.
Yeah.
And so they said, "Are you serious that you'll rebuild our temple?" And the Persians were like, "Yeah, absolutely. It's Bill of Rights." And so they handed plans that they had exaggerated, which included building a human-made mesa, a massive mesa, and then putting the second Temple of Solomon on top of it. And so the Persians actually paid for it. They brought in Egyptian engineers, because Egyptians can build mountains, and they built the Temple Mount, and then they built the temple on top of it with Persian buildings.
I want to come back to that temple and the importance of that temple in today's situation. So, Munira helped me find the passage. So, after the end of his term, which is Truman, when his friend Rabbi Eddie Jacobson introduced him to a group of Jewish clergymen at the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York in 1953, and said that he was the man who helped establish Israel, he corrected them with the emotion, saying, "What do you mean helped? I'm Cyrus." By this, Truman linked himself to the Persian king Cyrus the Great, so Kurosh, who allowed the Jews to return from exile and rebuild the temple. So Truman, at the time, he became the president right towards the end of the Second World War. How did that affect the Zionist movement? So all the pieces started coming together.
Yeah.
Where did they start coming together by any chance? Because all of the little things that were happening everywhere in the world just seemed like there's a big plan around it. Like the conspiracy theorists would think that, but obviously Truman's position at the time was very important for the Zionist movement to establish Israel, correct?
Absolutely.
So how did he help?
I mean, one of the things was having the United States vote yes in the UN.
Just for that,
Yeah.
Just the little things that they needed the US on.
Exactly. The British, by the way, abstained. They didn't vote yes or no. So
in 1948.
In 1947, when the UN had the vote.
Like the first vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the British abstained. The US voted yes.
That's the 45% vote.
Exactly. Where they're splitting Palestine, not quite 50-50. And then, but that's obviously not what ended up happening. But that's how the UN voted. So Truman, had his plan. His big issue was contain the Soviet Union. One of the things the United States realized in World War II, but probably they were figuring out before, but definitely by World War II, was that if there was a boogeyman, somebody that could kind of scare your public, you could use fear to motivate the public. So we had decided that we were going to turn the Soviet Union into the boogeyman. And so either 48 or 49, we created NATO. And the Soviet Union actually applied.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. And Truman had to explain to Stalin, no, we made NATO to be against you. And Stalin was like, why? We're best friends. We just fought World War II together.
Yeah.
Why would you do this? And Truman said, oh, and by the way, if you don't get out of northern Iran, we're going to nuke you. And Stalin's like, dude, you went to the nuke so quickly. We'll pull out. Jeez. And so
I just pulled out.
Yeah, so Truman is setting up this hostility because he wants to create the Cold War. And
he needs an antagonist.
He needs an antagonist. And Stalin is perfect for it. He played the part really well. And because he's so awful, right? I mean, he just awful personality, and he has an awful track record. And one of the things the United States is really keen on is becoming the good guy. Because you have to remember, we still have apartheid in the United States. It's segregation. The Dutch word for segregation is apartheid.
Yeah.
So when South Africa does it, by the way, South African government that's voted into office to create apartheid was voted in 1948. So 1948 is a really fascinating year because two apartheid states are created in the same year, the same moment. And you would think after World War II, we would have been past that. We would have learned from Nazi
Because there was a Roosevelt-Churchill agreement that the right to declare, what did they call it? Like
self-determination.
Self-determination. And that was very important because that's what they wanted to come out of the Second World. You'd think that they would be right to self-determination and no more occupation or colonialism.
Right.
So I just wanted to add that little detail.
So Woodrow Wilson actually was the guy originally pushing for this right of self-determination. He didn't mean non-whites. He only meant for white nations. So he wanted Poland to be created because you got to remember, before World War I, there was no Poland. Prussia, Austria, and Russia had carved it up. Russia owned Warsaw. So at the end of World War I, in 1917, when the Russians surrendered, they gave up Poland to Germany. And so at the end of World War I, Poland was carved out of Germany and Austria. And the idea was self-determination. They weren't going to Congo and freeing the Congolese from Belgian rule. Like this was just Poland. So when when Roosevelt and Churchill are talking about this, they don't even mean it. Churchill had sat down with Stalin at one point, and they whipped out a napkin,